Hello, can you guys hear me? I'm here. I just needed to set some shit. Oh, I'm about to drop my soda on the floor. You need to change the name to... It's not openSUSE, it's openSUSE. Yeah. Yeah. I just installed the budget desktop on SUSE. It's not going that well. Yeah, it's not... It looks a bit weird. I still think I have XFCE installed. Yeah, let's go to XFCE. Tumbleweed. Leap is kinda dead. Leap is it's singing on its last legs, man. Sadly enough, they're killing it off. I've been looking into Alma Linux lately. Been messing around with Alma Linux. It's actually, if you want the Leap experience, it's a really good system. Alternative to Leap. Real Linux users run Tumbleweed, exactly. Tumbleweed is the thing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I think it's like either this one is going to be the last one, and then they're going over to MicroOS, or, you know, the adaptable Linux platform that is based in MicroOS. They're basically killing off Leap. Either next year or the year after, but soon. At least that's what they're saying, or have said the last year or so. But who knows? Maybe they changed their mind. Maybe the community won't, you know, they demand it or what have you not. I don't know. But I've been messing around with Alma Linux just in case. And it's actually really, really good. I was going to use Leap instead of Tumbleweed, but it's too stable, and I was wondering they might shut it down. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of want or are talking about it. APL. Taking over Leap. openSUSE. Something, I can't fucking remember it. Beauty of Leap API. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about it. openSUSE Leap roadmap. Maybe we should look at that. It's... You feel special. You should feel special. Yeah, I'm so fucking fed up with Linux, man. It's like it's not even funny anymore. I really am starting to get fed up with Linux. Well, not Linux, but everything that comes with Linux. Here, next gen, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, and you can also downgrade if I'm not... I've done that a couple of times. You just change repositories. It's so easy. It's so easy. You just go in here. And you see here where it says Tumbleweed, that will say Leap. And then I think the version name. You just change all of these to what says, say, openSUSE Tumbleweed, openSUSE Tumbleweed. Here you just do Tumbleweed. You just go in and change that under Leap, and then you do a zipper DUP, I think it is, and then Bob's your uncle. Don't call it T New Linux. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't believe in this whole GNU Linux. Then we should call it GNU GNOME System DE blah blah blah. No, it's just with a Stallman having a bone up his ass. And you can change from openSUSE. Yeah, they made it really easy to migrate between versions. Yeah, it's really convenient. I used Red Hat. Red Hat was my first ever Linux, and that was before Fedora and before Red Hat Enterprise Linux, like Red Hat. And then I tried SUSE, as it was called, Mandrake, and all of Debian, Slackware. I used Slackware for a long time. Back then, Slackware didn't have a package manager. Like, you had to go on the internet and find the GZ files and unextract and compile every software and libraries yourself. It was really fun. And then I've almost, like, if it's on DistroWatch, I have installed it at some point. And if it's not on DistroWatch but in dormant, I have installed it at some point. I used, like, in the 2000s, early 2000s, I mostly use Leap. I know Nate from Cubicle. Nate. Yeah, like I said, you just go into the repositories here. If you have Leap installed, it will say Leap something here. I can't remember. I think it's Leap and then the version number of Leap. You just change this. You just go in and do edit. And you change this to Tumbleweed instead of Leap. Or you do it in the config file. You can do it whatever you want, however you want. And then you just do an update, a system upgrade, a DUP, distribution upgrade. And Bob's your uncle, you're running Tumbleweed now. I've done it so many. I have videos about it on my channel. You can find 1 or 2 videos where I do it on my channel. I have done it in live streams before. It's really easy. It's massively easy. And again, I think you can just switch over to Tumbleweed or to Leap. But then I think you need to purge some stuff. I think it's a little bit harder to go the other way around. But again, I could be mistaken. Because then you have newer packages installed. And you will get into some dependency issues. And then you basically have to uninstall some, purge some software. And yeah, it can be a little bit of a mess. But yeah, I've done it a lot of times, installing Leap and then be like, yeah, I want Tumbleweed, and then just changing the repositories. It's massively simple. Is the firewall even up? I think it is. Yeah, it is active. It is active. Security Center. I remember Mandrake have something like this also. I had something like that also. I think you can install OPI. Oh, sorry, there's I don't know. I think there's a GUI tool for OPI. I can't remember. I can't fucking remember. I haven't looked into it, to be honest. I just go on to openSUSE software and find it there. Oh. I just find it in here, and then I to be honest, I don't use OPI. I think I've used OPI 1 or 2 times. That's it. I haven't had a need for it. Because I just go on here to openSUSE software, and then I search for, I know VLC is in the repository, but I just search for the software that I want. And more than likely there's like a PPA in quotes forward. And then I just add that, it automatically add that to the repository list. So you don't actually need OPI, because you just download a one-click install and it automatically add it to the software repositories. If you can't find it in the software, use this one in the software manager. Search for it in here. Search for it in here. Because then you can go in here and you can see, let's say you're using Leap 15.4. You can show community packets. And then you just do a one-click install and it adds it automatically to the repository list. So you will always get the latest and creative. Basically, this is basically openSUSE's versions of PPAs. It kinda is, it is, but this is just way more convenient. Then you don't have to go into the command line. So instead of searching here for it first, and then go and search for it in OPI, then just search for it on the openSUSE software. Or software.opensuse.org. And then just search in there and take the package from there. That's what I do. Like, the only reason I can see a need for using OPI is if you're running a headless server. Or you just really, really want to get your nerd points up and using it in a terminal. There's really no need for it. It's just, like, I will even say that it's better here because you can get an idea easily where you want it from. Well, this is a web app. What you could do is you can embed this into an Electron app. And then you have like a GUI software center for OPI. Or the Open Build service. But it's not necessary. Like, just go onto the website. You know, it's really not necessary. What else can we search for? I don't even know if they have VS Code in here. They don't. Oh, they do. Well, they do. Oh, those are only for Fedora, apparently. So there's no native Tumbleweed. Let's search for VS Code on Tumbleweed. Okay, it's not in there. Yeah, that you can do that also, yeah. Or set it as your startup page every time you open a new tab. Set it up as a start page. Do they have PyCharm? Yeah, PyCharm. Oh, that's the package handler. Or you probably need to download the snap or self-contained package zip file. But I just use this here. Look at all the distributions that they have. App images. What if we do VS Code? Oh, it will come up if I search all. Oh, that's right. Yeah, this is fucking amazing, man. It really is one of the most underrated distributions to ever exist. It really is. But they don't do much for their marketing, sadly enough. openSUSE Tumbleweed. Third-party drivers. Always girls and beers, man. Buy that Mac Mini. Like, buy that fucking Mac Mini, man. Like, really buy that Mac Mini. When I've upgraded my PC, I'm thinking about getting the same Mac Mini you're looking at, because they are really cheap. I'm just really fucking pissed that I went with AMD instead of Intel, with all the bullshit that's around with AMD right now. I really hope when I get around buying, I may even wait a extra month buying a CPU, and get like the PSU and all of that, maybe a chassis or case, and then wait like a month or two to buy a CPU till they fixed everything. Apple don't have refurbs pages in Denmark. We cannot buy refurbed in Denmark from Apple. For some reason, they don't have a refurb program in Denmark. We have to either go on to like third-party sites and stuff like that and buy them that way. But as far as I know, it's mostly like, what I have seen, it's like really few people that have massive problems with it. With the overvolting. Like, really few people. But that's still gambling, you know, it's still gambling a little bit. And I have an Asus board. I bought an Asus Tough board. And I'm just, every time I look at it, I just want to dick slap Asus in the face. Hackintosh is dead. You may have a year or so left on Hackintosh. I don't know if I think I don't know if Apple have any refurb programs in Scandinavia. I don't even think they have in Europe, to be honest, because there's so many consumer laws that they have to abide by. You know, I don't want to mess with Docker. Maybe VMs, yeah, maybe, but Mac OS in a VM is really fucking bad. Like, it's not fun. It's not fun. It looks awful. It runs kinda okay. But yeah, it's not a breeze, man. It's not fun. It's not fun. You have to do a lot of work to get it kinda running okay. Compared to the specs of the hardware that you have, by the way. It's like, Mac OS is best served running on real hardware. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing with this system here. What have I on it? Macking box images. Yeah, but still. I tried all kind of crazy shit. I've heard people who used Macintosh and switch. What do you mean by that? Well, if they used Macintosh, they kind of have to have used Mac OS. It kind of goes hand in hand. Do you mean Hackintosh? Yeah, Swappy, but that's not official. We also have Swappy here, but that's not from Apple. That's not Apple's official refurb program. That's not Apple's official refurb program. It would be the same as going on to the Yellow Pages and buying it for someone there. Swappy is just a company that takes a little bit of overhead. So we get a little bit extended warranty and stuff like that. I haven't used the XFCE in quite a while. It's actually really interesting coming back to it. Really interesting. Oh boy, Hello OS. What is Ubuntu, OMT Ubuntu up to? Yeah, I consent. Yeah, it's... Yeah, Oh, this is going to be fun. Microsoft wants to ditch Google. Let's see what the crazy people are saying about that. I need a good laugh. Oh, I made a new channel. Or not a new channel, I refurbished another. I have like 4 channels on YouTube. Actually, I have more than 4, but 4 that is associated with this account. I made a new channel called Laugh At on YouTube. Which apparently is taken. Where the fuck is it? There you go. It's a channel I used a couple of years ago to... It was called something else, but it's a channel I want just to dig around. So I think all the content I make on this channel that's a little bit lighthearted and is like just having fun is going to be on this channel here. So if I'm doing reaction videos again and stuff like that, they may be moved over to this channel. If I'm doing, you know, if I'm trolling the Linux community or the tech community will be moved over here. So I kind of have tech for, you know, so I don't mix like fun and you know, stuff like that with tech, if that makes any sense. You know, it's kind of to keep, you know, the lighthearted stuff away from the tech, because tech people seems to have no fucking humor whatsoever. Hey, Mr. Oswald. So I'm trying, every time I want to have fun, I will upload on this channel here. Yeah, I think you can even swap RAM on those, Lamer. I think you can swap RAM on them also. Hey, Lamer, let's become Apple bodies together. Let's become Apple bodies. But yeah, this is the channel where I want to just goof around and have fun. And I also have rebranded another channel to be with gadgets and EDC that I wanted to mess around with and upload like a couple of times a month to that one. I just want to have other avenues of making content, because I am honestly getting a little tired of this tech space here. Get a Xbox Series S or something like that. Yeah, Apple cult leaders, exactly. Well, Apple can get pricey, but you don't have to pay. You don't need the newest versions of the iPhone and, you know, all of that. Like, buying a Mac M1 is still a massive benefit to you if you can find one used. You don't need a Mac 2 or 3. Get an M1. That's more than enough for most people. Yeah, there are some games that are PC exclusive, that's true. But there's also games that are Xbox exclusive and PS exclusive. I think Power Wash, you can play that with Game Pass on Xbox though. It's actually a really good game. When it came on Xbox Game Pass, I completed it. Like, I played it till I completed it. It was so relaxing, just washing shit off, you know. It was really, really fun. Oh my god, all these fucking ads, man. Oh yeah, the rescue helicopter. Yeah. Yeah, you can't get Proton to kind of work on Mac, yeah. Nah, I don't want to use ad blockers. It's a little bit hypocritical to do that as a YouTuber, to be honest. Because then I'm promoting people using ad blockers on YouTube, and I don't want to do that. I am using ad blockers at work, though. And this is exactly the point here. Switching to Microsoft spying instead of Google. That's all it comes down to. If people think that they are better off with Google as their search engine and Microsoft is worse, have no idea what the fuck they are talking about. No idea. If they think Google is the better choice than Microsoft. To be honest, Bing may actually be better for your privacy than Google. It actually may be better for your privacy than Google. Imagine that. Like, imagine that. That Bing may be a better privacy-focused search engine compared to Google. Like, think about that crazy shit. But hey, anything that has an MS or Microsoft connected to it is just automatically fucking worse than the devil fucking fisting you at night. No, nothing is privacy focused. You're so right. Hey, Wells, how are you, man? Yeah, exactly. Google's... You are the product for Google. At least you are not the product for Microsoft. Oh, they always talking about Snap Packages version of Firefox. Yeah, Bing, Microsoft with a $sign, no thanks. Yeah. Google, Euros, Alphabet, Euros, yes please. Yeah, this dude get it, this dude don't. Fucking hell. Yeah, go unblock the internet, man. So here's the thing. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I really do want to try and ban the word Linux on my channel for like a week or 2 weeks. Just to see how batshit crazy people will get. Because I'm so fed up with making Windows content or Windows videos. And the stupidity of the Linux users still seep into the Windows content. Oh, no, I have to ban GNU Linux also. You're right. So Linux and GNU/Linux, I have to ban those 2 words. Yeah, Beetlejuice, yeah. And an angry penguin will come out and bite you in the ass. Yeah, I really do want to try it. Just because I don't give a fuck about my channel anymore. I don't. I really don't. I stopped. The only way for me to do tech and not have to deal with Linux people is to start a new channel and or delete everything that has to do with Linux on my channel. Which means most of my channel content. Up till now. Because my problem is not tech, my problem is the Linux community. I've not physically hated a community as much as I hate the Linux community. Oh yeah, I'll be called a Microsoft shill and all kind of crazy shit. Yeah, Mac noobs, yeah. You run an old MacBook Air, that's nice. Like, imagine this. Someone said repeatedly in comment section that I must be paid off by Microsoft. A under 4,000 subscriber channel barely gets any view. Is paid off by Microsoft. They don't give a fuck about me. Yeah, Beetlejuice is actually a good movie, yeah. I heard of this new OS called Linux, yeah. People do care about privacy, Mr. Oswald. The thing is that the people that care about privacy, they don't only care about Windows privacy. They care about Google privacy, Apple privacy, Facebook privacy. And they are doing everything they can, no matter what operating system they're using, what service they're using, and so on, to take back their privacy. Linux people only care about privacy when it comes to Windows. And then they don't give a fuck about it anywhere else. Which yell and screams that they are jealous at Windows. And they wish they were Windows. Because sitting and talking about privacy while being logged into their fucking Android phone or tablets and bitching on YouTube of all places about privacy is so tone deaf that a blind deaf person will be more in tune with the surrounding and what's going on in that situation than they are. It makes no sense. Always funny when a YouTube switches from Linux to Windows, yeah. For all his faults, CTT got a lot of shit for even thought Windows was his OG. Yeah, how is it going with Chris Titus Tech now that he's not talking much about Linux anymore? Yeah, Linux users are really afraid. They really are. That's why they get so angry. Because they know that 2, 3, or 4, 5% of a market can be eradicated overnight. Like, think about it this way. Microsoft, in a month, dropped market share equivalent to like 2 or 3 times that of Linux in a month. It will come up again. Microsoft, once in a while each year, drop down and they go up again. So if a single operating system can lose 10% of its market share in a month, that will mean that Linux can lose all of its market share in a month. And I think that's really scary to them. No, I think he still talks Linux, Benjamin, but he's more focused on Windows now. Kind of like what I'm doing also. Haiku is really great. Haiku OS is really down to earth, yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's a health guru. Yeah, that's definitely something I would not take advice from him his health. I've seen him work out, and I may not look like it, but I've been associated with the gym community since 2002. And I know a little bit about dieting and working out. Again, I'm not showing it. So that's why I'm not talking about it much. But I do know a few things about that shit. I have a flip phone here. Also, wrapping your personality into a tool or hobby. No, that can actually be good, especially if you're a YouTuber. But if the tool and hobby becomes your identity, that's a problem. Yeah. I don't think he's copying me. I just think that we kind of came to the same conclusion that desktop Linux is just batshit crazy. Hey, Esnick. What is that? What's going on with KDE? Like I saw you made a video about some KDE bullshit or drama, or what the fuck it is. Can you tell me more about it? The shifting path, then. Yeah. I'm 40 and fat as fuck, and I can do 1 or 2 pull-ups. Like, come on. I'm thinking about making my own Haiku OS, but I'm going to get a job first. Why not just help out with Haiku OS? Because Haiku really needs help. Yeah, he's going a little bit more agnostic, yeah. Oh yeah, ARM is definitely a future for Windows. Definitely. Definitely. They just need to figure some shit out. But they will support it really well. The thing with Microsoft is that they are a little bit slow out of the gate, but when they put their mind to something, it will happen. And they will support it really well. Probably better than most. Some users complained that 2 KDE apps were not in the default install of my Easy Archer. So I made a video showing you how easy... Oh, for fuck's sake. Holy fucking shit. How are you not tired of this yet, Esnik? How are you not laughing your fucking ass off making those videos? It would be like you serving someone food and you forgot to give them a fork and it's on the other side of the table. And they are like bitching and moaning over they didn't get a fork and they can just basically reach over the table and grab the fork. That's the same situation here. Yeah, I bet I can do 1 or 2 pull-ups, yeah. My back has always been massively strong, yeah. Or maybe not, maybe 2 will be stretching it a little bit, I think. But I think I can do 1. Like, if I only have to do 1, like, trust me, I will be hurting, I will be fucking beat. But I think I can do 1. I think. Funny enough, if I take like 6 months break from doing back exercises, I lose like 5 kilos on my max or something like that. It's chest is fucking going downhill for me fast if I don't continuously working that out. But my back has always, back and legs, I've always been massively strong in my back and legs. And pull-ups is mostly back. Push-ups, I can't do... I used to do 30 plus push-ups, but now I can barely do fucking 5 or something like that. But that's also mostly chest, chest triceps, if you're doing them correctly. Yeah, that's true. Updated guides on Windows and Linux could be good, yeah. But the sad reality is that if you're doing educational Linux content, nobody wants to watch it. They only want to watch political, let's boost about how amazing Linux is and everything else is the worst thing in the world and stuff like that. He's getting old and I need him to retire because, oh, that's so sweet, Oswald. I'm sure you'll get a job. If you look, you will find one. And if you're not picky, you will find one. I'm sure you will find one, man. I am laughing, but I do not make videos like I used to. I watch videos now. Yeah. Dude, you should just laugh at them on your video. Just don't give a fuck. Laugh at them on your video. Because the people commenting on YouTube, man, oh my god. Yeah, you can really get bored of making content. Losing and gaining weight at the same time. That sounds strange. Are you eating enough protein and shit like that when you're working out? Full stack development, but going to get a front end job. Sometimes you have to take what you can get, you know. You get what I'm coming at here? Like, it's really difficult to home in on a specific job and say I'm only going to do that one specific thing, because you're almost never ending up in that situation. So it's really good to be able to, you know, adapt is the word I'm looking for. Why are we still talking about OPI Pac-Man? I see openSUSE, I click, yeah. Oh, so you have okay, so you lose weight really easy. Okay, gotcha. Oh, Becky is live on Twitch. Give me a sec. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I should be able just to do this. Yeah. There you go. Okay, so you lose weight quite fast. Yeah, you need to eat a lot then. And you need to eat the right things. You can't sit and eat too much bad shit. But again, it depends if you want to put on weight though. If you don't want to, like, I need to lose some weight, to be honest. I've actually put on way too. After I got the new job where I'm inside working all the time, I put on too much weight, man. Like, I really need to get my... this week, the last 2 weeks, I walked every day. And tomorrow, I kind of want to get into the gym and kind of slowly get started. And then I need to go to the gym every fucking day. Every day. I need to make it a morning routine. When I'm not working, I go in the morning. And when I'm working, I'm going directly after work. Because you don't need to work out for hours and hours. 30 minutes can get you a long fucking way. It's all about, if it's muscle, it's all about how many reps you get put in over a week. Yeah, that's I do have a Discord channel, or a room that's called, what the fuck is it? I made it for Lamer because he was starting to work out, and I wanted to kinda, it's called Fitness Get the Pump On. Yeah. And I put some pictures up there once in a while. But yeah, we can just, every time we go to the gym, we can take a picture and put it up there. So that can be our accountability, so we can see when we're at the gym. Because I go to the gym without taking pictures all the time. But just show, a picture from the gym and then post it. So we know that, so that's like us saying, we've been here today. It's invites. Like, Oswald is in Discord. Invite link expires in 7 days. No. Expires never. There you go. That should work. Oh my god, he's playing Alien Fireteam Elite. It's so fucking bad. That game is so bad. It's so bad. Like, it's really bad. I really can't understand people can play that game. Oh my god. Like, I play, like, the controls are so fucked up. You kind of have to play it with a controller to get any fucking realistic thing out of it. But yeah, it's so bad, man. How many people are playing it? Yeah, like, nobody gives a fuck about it. 22 views. It's the Linux of gaming. Nobody gives a fuck. The most viewers have 9 views. And he's not even playing it. He's playing something else. It's... Yeah, it's fucking bad, man. But yeah, she likes it. And Lema is now being forced to like it. But yeah, it's... I don't know, man. It's on Game Pass, and I tried to play it, and I was like, oh my god. The sounds are great in it. Like the shooting sounds is amazing. They're really authentic, but that's the only good thing I can say about it. Oh my god, Lema's fucking already going nuts for his woman. Yeah, but it looks good, but it plays really old. Like, the mechanics of the game is so fucked. Like, if you're using keyboard and mouse, forget it. It's so fucking batshit. It's really crazy. If you're using a controller, it's a little bit more manageable, but it's still fucking bad, man. And there's no substance to it. You're basically just teleporting in and doing horde modes. That's what you're doing most of the time. You're going into a dungeon, so to speak, and doing horde modes. It gets really boring really fast. If you play it for like an hour or so, you're kind of done what you need to do. You're like, yep, get it. That's what it is. Call of Duty, I get into, like, Call of Duty Zombies is way better. They have way better shooting mechanics. The whole way they're doing weapons and stuff is just massively better. Massively better. I will say I'm not a big zombie fan, but I would definitely play Call of Duty Zombies over this game here. By a country mile. It's just better done. Better controls, better mechanics. Yeah, it is. It's a combi. I don't know who makes it, but yeah, it's basically just, you know, let's make some easy money on having a franchise connected to us. If this was not Alien Fireteam, I think this game would long have been for... Like, if it didn't have the Alien tag, this game would not be a thing anymore. I think they've long fucking dropped it. But they probably have some form of fucking agreement that with the Alien franchise that they need to keep it alive for X amount of years or something like that. I could imagine, because this here... I think this is not fucking good. This is not good. It is definitely not good. It's basically a dead game. You know? And apparently there's connection issues. Yeah, I game every day almost. I game at least 30 minutes every day. Almost every day. Yeah, I have a gaming channel. I do upload to it once in a while, but recorded gaming content is almost dead. You know, if you want to make recorded gaming content, it has to be something like tutorials or editorials. Let's plays are dead. You have to do that on Twitch if you want to do let's plays. You can't do that on YouTube anyway. It's almost dead, unless you're a hot chick, of course. If you're a hot chick, of course, you can do everything. But yeah, you need to do like highly edited videos like this, what I'm doing here, if you want to do gaming stuff on YouTube. And then it's like everyone and their fucking mother have a gaming channel. So it's so diluted with so many options that you really need to really stand out to get anywhere. And it's the same with Twitch. Everyone and their grandmother have a Twitch channel nowadays and live streams. So you need to do something really unique. Like starting out gaming today, I would not recommend it to anyone unless you need to put the same effort into a gaming channel as a full-blown television production into a TV series would be doing. Because there's so high competition and the entry level is so high. People that barely make any money on YouTube's gaming content is putting thousands of dollars into their content. The day where you could just sit down with a microphone and do gaming is long gone. You need like radio quality audio, you need like fucking Hollywood production quality, visual stuff. And then of course you need the personality and the dedication to keep it up. Yeah, you need to do something really unique, yeah. Because there's probably hundreds of thousands of videos like this one here on YouTube that I made here. Hundreds of thousands. Probably millions, to be honest, when it comes to gaming. Gaming is the most... I will bet, I don't know this for a fact, of course, but I will definitely guess that gaming is the thing on YouTube and in general in social media where it's so saturated that it's almost impossible to get anywhere with it unless you either are massively lucky or you do something really unique. And being unique with something that everyone is doing is really hard because everyone thinks that they are doing something unique. And then it's just, do you have the right idea at the right time? Also plays in. But it is a good, on the other hand, if you want to learn content creation, it's a good place to learn it. Because it's so diluted, you can upload a lot of fucking shit before people realize that you are there. You know, like, you're not drawing a lot of audience, so you can experiment a lot and you can, you know, do a lot of different things on your gaming channel because a lot of people probably not watch it, to be honest. So you don't have to deal with trolls and haters so much. The bigger you get, the less flexibility you kind of have, because people expect one thing, and that's the, you know, what is mostly on your channel. But yeah, I do game every day. I would say I game every day for about 30 minutes on average every day. Sometimes I game for hours and hours. Some days I just boot up a game and then that's it. But I used to do a lot of World of Warcraft. A lot of World of Warcraft. Like, I was fanatic with World of Warcraft. Yeah, it's, you know... Yeah, oh yeah, Space Engineers also did a lot of that. But you can see here, like, I got no views. No views. No fucking views. And again, it's because the competition is so far. And also, I didn't edit them whatsoever. Like, I took... my editing style was... If I massively fuck something up, I will edit it out. Other than that, it was just taking out the dead end in the front and taking out the dead end in the back end. That's it. That's all the editing I did. Because no matter how much effort I put into editing or not, nobody... Like, I didn't get more views out of it. So I was kind of like, why do I spend hours editing a video that will get the same views if I'm not editing it? So I just gave up. Like, I had this channel for many... Like, how long did I have this channel? Like, I had it for a long fucking time. And the longer I had it, the more I just gave up and gave up and gave up and gave up. Because it just didn't get anywhere. Sadly enough, you can't sort by old to newest videos, only like live and pop or newest and popular. 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Maybe, I think I made the channel a year before. I have had some videos I took down. My first ever video uploaded, I took that down. But 10 years ago, yeah. And I've been doing YouTube 3 years before I made this channel, by the way. Oh, I removed the first videos. I did it myself because it was with me and my brother. And they were really specific for only me and my brother. Those we no other would get the videos, like understand why they were uploaded. They were just meant for me and my brother and to test some shit out. So I just removed them. Yeah, I played a lot of fucking shit, man. And I had some, at that time, kind of big channels helping me out. You know, what to do, what not. Wasteland, I did a lot of that, like Armor 3. Armor 2 and Armor 3, they did kind of well. Compared to my channel, I did some co-op videos. I actually did a lot better in the beginning, but there was not that much competition in the beginning either. But yeah, like, just look at the views. It's like, oh yeah, I did this with like a girl named KB. Fucking sweet ass girl. I miss her a lot. We used to game all the fucking... Her and her... I was about to say wife. Husband. They are married now. We played all the fucking time. It was so fun. And then someone called Whips. We played the Armor together. It was really fun back then. Python is probably your better bet, to be honest. I would go with Python because everyone can use a Python developer. Funny enough, at the job I have now, that was the first thing they asked me if I knew Python. That was the first thing he asked me. And every time there comes a new IT guy in, it's the first thing they ask them. Python, Python, Python. And the recruiter I talked to that helped me get the job, that's the same. Like, if you know Python, you have a way easier job path. Especially within research and development. I do miss these gaming days. It was fucking fun, man. I kind of like this thumbnail style, but it don't do well when we start to be able to have black mode. That will, you know, there's white bars here that they will not be shown well. Oh, it's like that everywhere. They want like an 18-year-old that has 20 years of experience. It's like that everywhere, man. And the best way, if you ask me, is to have a fucking GitHub page or something like that, where you can show them what you have done. Make a shit ton of projects and show them what you can do. Because then they can see how good you are. Because it's really easy to tell people, oh, yeah, I'm so good and blah, 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 blah. But if you can show them, he will make the next Facebook, yeah. But if you can show them that you can figure this shit out, you know, they can see your code. That means so much more. Oh my god, Car Mechanic. Yeah, I remember playing that game. Oh, Forsaken. Oh, Farming Simulator, yeah. I did some car games also. Dirt Rally, Assetto Corsa and whatnot. But at this time here, I also streamed on Twitch. Oh, Spec Ops. Yeah, I do like those games. So while I was doing this here, I was also streaming a lot. Yeah, it's really dark, yeah. But I like dark games because they tend to be more realistic. So I will be doing these when we get into like all of these World of Warcraft here. When I start to do these add-on reviews, or what you will call them. I started to stream more and more on Twitch at this time, like 6 years ago. And I did like 3 of these because they are not that long, so they didn't take that much long to do. And then I was focusing more on streaming, but just to keep my channel alive, I was doing all of these, you know, World of Warcraft thingamadooski, Fortnite 5 years ago. More Fortnite. Oh, that golf with your friends, yeah. Tarkov. But yeah, here when you see all of this World of Warcraft thing here, I was streaming a lot also. But I was also unemployed at that time. So I could do, you know, I had a lot of free time. I just don't have the... I don't have the passion for gaming as I used to. Like I used to fuck... My brother still is like a massive gamer. Like every time he has free time, he games. Every fucking time. I just don't... after an hour, when I get to like the hour mark, I get bored. It's not stimulating my fucking brain enough. And then I'm like, oh, I'd rather be coding or, you know, testing stuff on Linux or Windows or breaking an operating system. You know, do something intellectual or what the fuck you will call it. But yeah, I still do game. I just don't have the same passion for it anymore. Exactly. Because the sad reality is that gaming, yeah, we do see those live streamers and YouTubers that are massively popular, but they are 1 in a million. You know, and when you realize that the chances for you to live off YouTube is really slim, like 1 in a million. Especially with gaming. Tech world a little bit easier. Gaming massively hard. And when you realize that, either as a live streamer or as a YouTuber, you start to think about, well, what can I do that can actually, you know, enrich my future? And if you do tech content, that can, like, I got a job because of my channel. My YouTube channel here helped me get a job in IT. What is FNAF? I don't know what that is. I would not have had this job I have right now if I was only doing gaming. Like, I honestly would not. I honestly don't think I would. Because I didn't have, you know, a body of work that I could show off. Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, that's a fun game to watch people play. I get tired of it really fast, but it is a fun game to watch people play. Is he shooting him in the butt? No, I think he's buying them, you know, used, not from Apple. Go get and buy it, Lamer. Becky will spank you and rip your fucking penis off if you're not buying that Mac Mini. Buy that Mac Mini. You are not a real cult leader if you're not buying the Mac Mini, so you can tell everyone that you are having a Mac Mini, and as a good Linux cult leader, you have installed Linux on it. That will really get those, cult points up in you. They will love you for it. Yep, we are using openSUSE, and she really has spread those legs for us today. Oh yeah, not just Linux, Arch Linux. No, Gentoo. Gentoo is the new thing, by the way. Gentoo. Arch Linux has become too mainstream. Now Gentoo is kind of the thing that's, it's the thing. How like, think about this. This is how fucking funny I can't stop laughing at them. One day, this distribution is the best fucking thing that has ever existed. Then a month later, it's another distribution, and the previous one is now the devil and is the worst thing that has ever existed. How can you take anything seriously when that's going on? Make up your fucking mind, man. Come on. I would rather someone buy me an Apple product for me than buying... Yeah, true. Gentoo is fun. Gentoo is fun to mess around with. Gentoo do the same thing as Arch does for people. It gives them enough... their fingers get enough dirty that they think that they actually are fucking smart and know what they're doing. But not enough that they actually know what they're doing. Like, if you run Gentoo, you learn Gentoo. You learn a bit about compiling, but that's it. You don't learn coding or anything like that. You just learn a little bit about how compiling works. Set up compiling flags, look for compiling errors, and so on and so on. It's like if I took you into my garage that I don't have, and I taught you how to change the head gasket in a car and making the brake system. That's enough to make you feel that, oh my god, I know everything about cars, I'm a full-blown car mechanic, blah, 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 but you really don't know much. And if you know about cars, that's some of the most simple things that you learn about or do in a car. Or can do. One of the most, a valve cover gasket, not head gasket, valve cover gasket. Head gasket, you need to take apart the whole engine, but valve cover gasket is what I'm thinking about. You're getting your hands dirty, you're moving some things around, you're taking some things apart, but they are really easy things to do. But if you're not a mechanic, you don't understand how easy they are to do. So you not being a mechanic, you think you're fucking doing advanced shit right now. And compared to your grandmother, you're doing advanced shit. But that's what Arch and Gentoo is doing for people. It's giving them enough things that they have to do and to learn how it works, that they actually think they know how Linux and the hardware works. When they are not learning much more than you do under not Arch, but under openSUSE or Ubuntu and stuff like that. You're just learning how compiling works. And not even how it really works, how compiling under Gentoo is doing it. That's kind of what, but you can learn that on any distribution. Like, you don't have to use Gentoo to learn compiling. Like, Slackware is another great distribution to learn that on. Heck, instead of using a deb file, download the source file and compile it yourself. You know. And Arch Linux teaches you nothing about Linux or your computer. It just allows you to cherry pick the software that you install. So Arch teaches you Arch, but not Linux. It teaches you Arch. It's not teaching you something you cannot learn in any other distribution. And it's that delusion that a lot of people have with those systems that makes them the nerds distribution, because they get to fiddle with something they normally would not fiddle with, because there are systems that are doing that for them. So they think that now they are experts. Nothing make me laugh more than an Arch Linux person saying that installing Arch Linux teaching them about hardware, and I'm like, that's cool. What capacitors are your graphic card using right now? Are you using stamped rack modules or non-stamped rack modules, and where are they on the PCB? That's your hardware. Probing your system and telling you to install this driver, that's not learning your hardware, that's learning a command under Linux. At best, it's teaching you how Linux look for hardware. Yeah, it's a DIY approach, yeah, exactly. A carburetor, clean it and put it back together and reinstall it. And that's not even that difficult, Vector. No, I not tried MicroOS as my daily driver. I don't... Any system that is like immutable and containerized and all of those fucking crazy buzzwords, they are not for home users, they are for servers. They are too inconvenient as a desktop operating system. That don't mean that you can't use some of their technologies, but they are not meant as a desktop. But they are probably fun to mess with. But I'm not running Linux servers, so I don't feel a need to mess with them. You know, so I've always been a Linux desktop guy. Even though I have run Linux servers in the past and probably will again. But my interest in Linux is not on the server market. Not in a container. You know, no. My interest in Linux is as a everyday desktop operating system. Well, yeah, APL, but yeah, MicroOS is going to change into something different and replacing Leap, that's correctly, yeah. But yeah, it's... But Leap has always, I can't fucking speak. Leap has also always been focused on workstations and servers, or the IT industry, so it makes sense. openSUSE always wanted you to run Tumbleweed as on your desktop. That's actually what they recommend, unless you need highly reliable environments. And who needs highly reliable environments? IT professionals. Yeah, it's like Ubuntu LTS. MicroOS, think about Fedora Silverblue and stuff like that. You know. But yeah, it's... I can't watch this game, it's so boring. What is my most popular videos here? How to find the riding and flying instruction in Orgrimmar and Stormwind. Bartender, plates. I had some videos with some good views on them. Yeah, it's meant for corporate enterprise use, exactimum. It's crazy that World of Warcraft is still fucking around, man. It's still doing its thing. Can I not put this into dark mode? There you go. I kind of want to see how my old thumbnails look. Why can't I? Fuck that. Yeah, take care, Oswald. Having a great day, man. Dude, you need to fucking get alive, man. I get it. Go out. Oh. Yeah, this girl here, she's so fake. So fucking fake. I remember when she started her YouTube channel, and oh my god, She used to sit and pretend that she was playing the games. She got other people to play the games for her. And she would just sit with a controller in her hand and pretend to play the games. Like, she's only popular because she has big titties. That's it. And I think her and her boyfriend almost went to jail for doing some robbery. Not bank robbery, but something like that. Or at least they have like a... what is it called? A criminal record for something bullshit. Just stepped on something, I think. Ugh, anyway. Yeah, you liked her when you were a kid. That was because you saw big titties and big blue eyes or big eyes. There's so many videos out there exposing her. It's not even funny. And already back then, when she was like, she hadn't even been a content creator for a year before people start to catch up on her bullshit. She was lying about getting, you know, games earlier than anyone else. She was just print out papers, I think it was, to put them into an empty box of a game and pretend like she got it before everyone else and stuff like that, just to get views. She, like, yeah, she's a really fucking crazy girl, man. Make a YouTube channel then, you mans. Make a YouTube channel. Word Manager. Why do you really want to use Word Manager then? Or is there any reason for it? Why not go with, like, just use VirtualBox to begin with? Or VMware or something like Word Manager is really great for, again, corporate settings and stuff like that. I don't really think it's like a thing that most people should be using, because it's complicated. It is good, but it's complicated. And what it provides don't really, like, most people don't really need it. Has issues on Wayland, then use Xorg. You don't need Wayland on the VirtualBox anyway. Because the benefits you're getting from using Wayland don't really translate that good over to VirtualBox or any VM for that matter. It looks like just shit all over that fucking place. Oh, that's the girl that gets tased. That's so funny to watch. The Marine, or what she is, getting tased. I love watching people getting tased. I don't know why that is. It's so funny to me. Is he still playing this stupid game? I wish I was logged in so I could yell at her. Like, bad game, bad. Oh, I can type? Can I type? Oh, no, I can't. I thought they had like a fucking AFK mode, like a incognito mode or something like that. Then I'll just log into Wayland to force 100% scaling. Do you have a 4K monitor or something like that? Who's else sweet? I almost never watch any shorts on YouTube. I feel like, and yeah, I may be an old motherfucker, but the more shorts and Twitter, Instagram stories I watch and stuff like that, I just feel I'm getting dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber the more I watch them. Like, and I don't have much fucking to, like, up there in the first place, so I can't afford to lose any more brain cells. Okay, so it's a 4K display. Yeah, that's your problem right there. I would not want Linux on anything higher. Or I can't fucking speak. I am tired, by the way, if you don't notice that already. But I would not want Linux on anything higher than 1440. 1440p is like the sweet spot for Linux. If you go over 1440p, forget it with Linux. It starts to become a mess. I didn't care before, but now that my friend launched a business, YouTube Shorts, and that sort of thing has become one of the advertisement tools. Yeah, and it makes sense because that's what people watch. People love short form content because it's easily digestible. But it is best used as a marketing tool. Definitely best used as a marketing tool. But that's all it's good for, in my opinion. Like, shorts are really good to market a video. And honestly, every creator should do it on YouTube. Because YouTube is pushing shorts so fucking much. But I just feel I don't want to contribute to the fucking goldfish attention span of the earth. Because then put a link into Discord if you want, Victor. Then it becomes like you can fucking take a fucking PhD in a YouTube short in a year or something like that, and people will believe it. I see comments on videos, like really good educational videos on YouTube, where a viewer is bitching and moaning because, oh, that should have been a short, or there should have been more animations and stuff like that. I'm like, it's an educational video. You're not there to be entertained. You're there to learn. Like, come on. If entertainment starts to take over from learning, we will become stupider. We'll become the most stupid fucking society to ever live. And some would even say that happened already 20 years ago. But I definitely feel that TikTok and all of that is fucking it's a bad thing. But it's an amazing marketing tool. If you're a company and you want to sell a product, that's where you do it. And if you want to take YouTube seriously, well, then YouTube is a market. You have to market your YouTube channel, and it's a really good way of doing that in short on Twitter. It's Twitter, TikTok, and stuff like that. But you also have to remember, if you're marketing on short form content, most of your audience would prefer short form content. It will be hard to convert them. And it is fucking convenient to sit on the crap and then just do next every 10 seconds. Or get, new endorphins in your brain every 10 seconds. I remember in the 90s, when MTV came out, everyone was like, oh my god, we are building up an MTV society where the attention span is getting less and less because, we saw a new music video every 5 or 4 minutes. And now we're saying the same about TikTok. But the problem with MTV, you didn't sit and watch MTV all day. You were out playing and stuff like that. Shorts and TikTok, you have your phone with you 24/7. You can potentially watch that 24/7. And I think that's the issue here. But it has its place. And if you are a good business person, you will definitely utilize shorts on YouTube, because YouTube really loves shorts. They really want you to use it. But again, we have to remember what kind of audience are we then converting into our channels. You ran I don't know what that means. I ran a test on Debian 12 release candidate 2 KDE on a live USB. Test has passed and is ready for future installation. So what is the test? What did the test compile of? Was it just a test to see if you can boot it or something like that? Did you do any stress testing? Did you do any... Did you sit and overload the CPU for like an hour, 2 hours, 10 hours? What did you do? Like, you cannot just say I did tests. What is the tests? Now I want to know what the tests are. Oh no, they really want people to get stupid, because then they buy their shit. Yeah. I almost never... Like, the only streamer I watch play is Becky. I almost never watch any other streamer. I may watch an Asmongold once in a while, or Preach Gaming. But if I am watching, like for a period of time, long period of time, it's more than likely Becky. Other than that, I watch mostly... well, right now I'm really into Asian cooking videos for some fucking reason. So I'm getting ideas for doing, you know, different kind of noodle recipes and whatnot. But then it's like anything from computer science to psychology, you know, long form. I'm starting to prefer long-term content that's not a podcast. I'm starting to not like podcasts that much, because there's a lot of unnecessary dead space in a podcast where they're just sitting and talking shit with each other. That can be fun, but a lot of how are you doing? I'm doing fine. And you know, like sometimes up to 60% of a podcast is just meaningless small talk, you know. So I'm starting to want to watch more like documentaries, educational content. I'm also watching a channel right now where they don't speak at all. It's a little bit like an ASMR channel, but they go out and try foods, you know, vending machines and stuff like that. I really do enjoy that. Oh, it definitely depends on the podcast. But most podcasts are not worth watching anyway. You know, I like Lex Freeman, Andy Hopperman, and then I'm watching, oh, what the fuck, Joe Rogan. But I rarely watch Joe Rogan anymore, because if I want to watch Joe Rogan, I have to go over to Spotify. And I don't want to go over to another platform just to watch a podcast when I'm already on YouTube. I can see that. Because it's really difficult to send out a message in short content form. It's really good to get people interested in a thing with short content. But if TikTok don't have a way of, you know, okay, now I'm really interested in this subject, I need to learn more. Oh, I have to go out of TikTok's platform to see that. That's a detriment to TikTok. It should be like actually what YouTube have. You can get someone hooked into a subject on YouTube Short, and then they can go and watch your video about it. And that's what you should be doing if you're a YouTuber, to be honest. Make like a short once in a while to get people, you know, show like the best compilation of your best content over a week or something like that every Friday, or this is what you can expect. Like, oh yeah, so I also watched Sean Ryan's show. I actually watching him a lot more, Sean Ryan. I don't watch Lex Freeman so much anymore, because Lex Freeman has become too Joe Rogan in the form that his content is not so nerdy as it used to be. And the talks you have with nerdy people is more, generalized talk, so they don't dive really deep into a subject that where you need to really pay attention to keep up with. It's just, superstitious talk. And I liked his earlier content where he really, really was like, okay, how does this exactly work on a algorithm level and stuff like that? He rarely do that anymore, in my opinion. But or do it less now. And now it's more like the meaning of life and love, and I just like happiness, and it's a good message to send, but if I watch this podcast, I want to learn something. I don't give much fucks about their love life or how happy they are. I kind of just want to learn. YouTube Music now have podcast. Oh my fucking god. No, Facebook is not dead, and it's not for old people. Like, Facebook is still massively big in Denmark. The company I work for have an internal Facebook group where I actually need to fucking apply to get invited to it. I forget it all the time. But that's where, like, if there's like a get together and stuff like that, that's where the company arranged that via Facebook. And a lot of company in actually Europe still do that on Facebook. It's massively popular. It's still massively popular. I don't use it much, but a lot of people still do. And it's because it has all of these, abilities to do so. A lot of companies love Facebook. Facebook Marketplace. One guy in the company I work for makes a lot of money selling shit on Facebook Marketplace. That's part of his business. And eBay. It's still a really viable platform. Tech Cave, what's going on there? Boink. What have you ordered? Ah, good boy. Oh, you got an Apple keyboard also. That's fucking cheap, man. Is that from eBay? Fucking hell, that's like 50% off what I've seen them in Denmark. If I could get a Mac Mini for that, if I could get that for those money, I will get one next time there's a paycheck coming. Yeah, but I have to pay import taxes and all that shit. So it will get more expensive. If it's not in EU, I have to pay up to like 30 to 40% more for the item. This would probably cost me like about $250 in Denmark, if not more. Oh, we got a webcam on now. Yeah, go get ready. Lema, go watch her channel now. You can fucking look at her face. Go nuts, Lema. Go get kinky. Go get your porn on. Ah, she responded. Oh shit, she's also lurking on my stream. No. She is a fucking amazing person. She can be irritating as fuck sometimes, but I do love her. She is fucking amazing. But when she gets really irritating, I'm just like, go spank Lamer a little bit, go fist Lamer up his ass. He deserves a little bit of spanking, and then I can get my piece. Like, I'm really curious what she has in the background here now. You know, what kind of, like, every time I see someone in a webcam, I don't give a fuck about them on the webcam. I want to see what's behind them and stuff like that. Like, is this laundry, or is that an Amazon box? What's in on this shelf? Also, her webcam is bigger than the borders here, by the way. That's really bugging my autism. What do we have here? Let's pop her out. Can I? Oh, I don't have pop out mode, do I? Oh, this. And where are the borders? Where are the borders? Why can't I do that? What's wrong with you guys? Why the fuck can I not resize the window? Huh? Oh, it's XFCE. Why can't I not? Huh? Oh, Lamer, you sweet summer child. You are going to be a really, really good Mac user. Alt right click, that's the one I was looking for. Alt. No, that's just moving it. Huh? Hey, Nerdbog. Is it control and right click? No. Shift? Control Alt? Can I not resize any windows? Yeah, I can. Huh? No, we're just having her up in the background as to support her, but I don't know how to. What if I do this? Okay, now I can. Now I can. Yeah, I think it's a Chrome issue. Yeah, I think it's a Chrome issue. We need the borders. We need them borders. We need to build a wall. Oh yeah, it's XFCE. Linux is the best desktop operating system in the world. Come on, for fuck's sake. Come on. Come on. Come the fuck on. Like, come on. Like, really, come on. Like, I love Linux. I fucking love Linux. I would love to use it all the time. But come on. Like, come on, man. Yeah, I probably will not have the same issue on XFC, not XFCE, on KDE and GNOME. It's more than likely because I'm using XFCE. I will 1000% agree with that. But it should still not be a problem under XFCE then. Like, it should not be an issue on any desktop environment on Linux. Yeah, it's... I may install KDE again. I've been switching around desktop environments. I tried Cinnamon, didn't really feel that. I was getting tired of KDE. Then I tried Bocce, did get a feel for that. I actually really... So... Yeah, one day Linux user, next day Mac user. You're really, really good code leader. I do like Ubuntu Desktop. Like, I like what they have done with GNOME. With a few tweaks, I can actually live with Ubuntu Desktop. I kind of like it. Like, I don't get me wrong, I don't love it, but I kind of like it. Like, if I should run GNOME, it should be Ubuntu Desktop. With all the small little tweaks and stuff like that. I think Microsoft Mouse will work really well on Mac, to be honest. Like, Microsoft and Apple have been working together really, really well for over 20 years now. Ever since, like, 1997 or something like that, they... when they bailed out Apple, when Steve Jobs came back, they've been really, you know... buddies. Buddies. Well, should we go and temple lame a little bit more here? Look at this design, man. Look at these curves. Don't you just want to just create, like, cuddle them, kiss them, make sweet love to them? Look at these curves. You need an iPhone now, and you definitely need the overly expensive, massively badly designed AirPods. That's probably one thing where Apple has massively failed, is with their AirPods. My brother has AirPods. Like, he bought... This is how bad the AirPods are, okay? He bought the AirPod Pro, returned them to use the normal ones because the normal ones was better to use. Yeah, Sims 4 is free on Epic Store, yeah, but you know what? If I want a live simulator, I just go on to YouTube and watch Linux people going mad. You know, it's oh, Reddit is better. Yeah, I try to stay away from Reddit, man. Yeah, tell me when your birthday is. Put some shit on the Arch Linux and grab the popcorn. I think you could, like, if you poke at the Linux community on any / whatever distribution or / Linux or Linux master race or anything like that, I am sure, like, they will go batshit crazy. I have never seen like, imagine this. How many times do you see people make massively critical videos about Windows? Like, to the extent where they make no sense whatsoever. You don't see the Windows community come out and being toxic about it. Like, I've made critical videos about Windows. I've seen people being hating on Windows. And no Windows user came out and became massively angry about it. Okay, you want a 14 Pro. So here's the thing, Nerdbug. I have secret ties with Apple also, because not only am my channel run, sponsored, and paid off by Microsoft, it's actually a 50-50 deal with Apple also. So I can actually give you a iPhone 15 Ultra Omega Pro Developer Nerdbug Special Edition. If you are interested. Just let me know. Yeah, you're right, Alexander. That's why you are so right. It's so, like, you couldn't be more right. Their operating system is not their life. You know, they actually have a life, and they know that it's just a tool, and like any other tool, sometimes the tool makers make batshit crazy decisions, and then the community speaks out, and depending on how big said company is, they try to rectify it. It just takes time. But yeah, yeah, it's really fucking funny, man. It's really funny. Oh, it has a built-in look. It has a built-in unlimited forever upgradable macOS version running, and iOS version running, Windows version running, Linux version running. All you have to do is connect your phone to a display, and you can run whatever operating system you want and have free control. And this is the kicker here. Because it's a Nerdbox special edition, you can see all source code to ever be run on that phone. So any proprietary software that you are downloading running on that phone, you can see the source code on, and you can use it. And you have the right to do so, because you are the supreme being on Earth. Or I think that's how actually every Linux user think of themselves. But anyway, I can get you that phone. Because, again, hashtag sponsored by Apple and Microsoft. Even though I'm a nobody. But again, hashtag sponsored by Apple and Microsoft. I fucking love pissing Linux people off. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, I get so much joy out of watching my comment section go batshit crazy every time I make a fucking video where I'm trolling the Linux community. It's so funny to me. I have no idea why it's so funny to me. And to be honest, it's not good for my channel. Because it brings toxicity into my channel. But fuck, it's funny. That's why I make that channel laughing at. Because then I can make fun of them on that channel and keep the tech channel, you know, kind of professional. And then the laugh at channel, we can have fun and we can troll, we can poke, we can do whatever the fuck we want. And it don't have to be Linux people. If you want to make fun of Snickers people or NBA people, who gives anything where we can have a laugh, we do that on that channel. Just go batshit crazy. And it will be so fun. I already have one video I recorded and uploaded to it for next week, where we are laughing at, guess what, a Linux channel, making fun of a Linux channel. I can't fucking wait. I'm so looking forward to doing stuff with that channel, just having fun, laughing at fucking stupid shit on the internet, and just look at how fucking outrageous and how stupid it is, most of the things. Because that's exactly what it is. Like, getting so bent out of shape about something on the internet is fucking batshit crazy, if you ask me. Like, it makes no sense, man. And I definitely want to do something with Reddit. I want to make fun of Reddit people. Because they get really pissy also. Oh, is that a thigh? Oh, we see skin. We see skin. Oh. I have to warn her. I have to warn her. Lema is coming in his pants now. He can't handle all of that fucking shit. I know, but he don't have a life though. No. The video on the Laugh At channel will come up. I think it will either Monday, sometime next week. I haven't decided when to upload it yet, or when to release it yet. But it will come up like Monday or maybe Wednesday. One of the days that I'm not uploading on this channel, it will be released on the other one. But on that Laugh At channel, I'm just going to, I don't have a schedule for it or anything. It depends on how well the channel is going to go, to be honest. Because if that goes better than the one I'm on this one here, I will of course focus more on that one. But I don't know when I will be uploaded. Probably Monday. That's at least what I have in my mind right now, to release it Monday. And then kind of have every Monday a new video will come up on that channel or something. Like every second Monday or something like that. Or when I feel like it. I kind of want to have it as a channel where I upload when I feel like it. Because then I'm not forced into make content, and then I don't make content just for the sake of making content. The same with the EDC channel that I made. I need to post that one also. I want it to be, those two channels are going to be channels where I upload when I want to. Where I'm not following any schedule or anything like that. It's just like, okay, I feel like doing a laugh at video or EDC video, gadget EDC video, and then I do that to that channel. Where this one here, I kind of need to upload at least 3 videos a week. Or do 2 videos and a live stream or something in that nature. Because I have membership enabled on it and stuff like that. And it's also monetized. I will also monetize the other channel if they get allowed to be monetized. But I'm not going to, I don't think I would have membership on them. Because they are just for fun and hobby. But I don't know, it depends on how it's going. I would not be against not doing tech anymore. That will not be something I will be totally against. Don't sit and yawn on the webcam. Come on, girl. But yeah, like I actually also debating on making a new tech channel. But it's like I don't want to start over with tech. I just want to get rid of the fucking Linux people. Like, is there some, like, what do I need to sacrifice to get Linux people out of my life? Like, who do I need to kiss, fuck? Like, what do I need to do? Just leave me alone. Just go away. Let me make the videos I want to make and just leave me alone. I just don't want to have anything to do with them. Just get out of my life. Look at that skin. Look, lamer. That's this. Oh shit, she's seeing it right now. Oh, Nerdbug, you're in there also. Is it just me, or does it look like she's slamming her face into that phone? It's like she's like fucking kissing it. As he hasn't responded to me yet. I don't like this song. Oh, June 5th, development conference. Ah, that's soon. Well, soon and soon. It's like a little under a month. I see. City on fire. Look, lame, of all of this shit you're going to buy now. Look. If only everyone had the same amount of money Lamer has. Go into accessories here. Come on, dude. Look at all of this amazing shit you need to buy. You need a shit ton of AirTags, man. You need to have AirTags in your titties, in your butt, on your testicles, on your head, on every piece of clothes you have. You need to have AirTags all over the fucking place, man. So you can find everything and yourself, by the way. Mom. MagSafe charger. Holy shit, that's expensive. Oh, fuck. Okay. Look at this fucking shit, man. Then you need a tablet with the fucking You don't need the first generation pencil. You need the second generation that cost even more. Here you go. Here you go. And your engraving should be like, I'm Becky Spitz forever. Look at all these bands. You need one of each, at least. Because you will lose one up someone's butthole while you're fisting them at your Sunday dinner parties. And you need an Apple keyboard and an Apple mouse. Wednesday you get your Mac. But look at all of these extras. You definitely need a studio display. You need a studio display. You only have to sell your boy's body like to two elderly fat people to get, you know, money for it. You desperately need a studio display, sorry. Oh, Magic Track Pack. Cannot live without it. You need the trackpad. And you need a cloth for $20. Who's paying $20 for a fucking cloth? Like, come on. Is it going to wipe my ass while I'm sleeping or something? What the fuck is wrong with people? Oh my god. HomePod. You need all of the HomePods. And the AirPods. All of them. Max Pro, third, first, second. Well, like, holy shit, she's swallowing that shit like a pro. Holy crap. Well, I see what Lamer sees in her now. Look at that skin, Lamer. Look at that skin. And you need the Beats Flex when you're flexing your muscles at the gym. These are actually ugly as fuck. Oh, is that it? What about entertainment? What can Lamer spend money on here? Oh. You definitely need an Apple TV. What the fuck is Apple Fitness Plus? Oh? Holy shit. So you need to pay to work out on your iPhone. Yeah, why not? It's definitely not easy to just go to the gym. Oh, for all you feet lovers out there, go nuts. Yeah, that's probably not... Like, I hate these, like, martial arts fitness programs because people think that they know how to kick and how to punch, and that's not how you do it. At least your balance is all over the fucking place, and you need your hand up or else someone can just kick you in the face there. And yeah, you don't learn anything but this thing. You can't, you're driving. Oh my god. Lamer skin this whole business. Yeah, look. Oh shit, she removed her leg. openSUSE. Don't let the name confuse. Yeah. Hey Tech Hot, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Alpha 1. What is Alpha 1? Oh, Apple 1. Sorry, I can't read, man. Look at all of this shit you have to buy also, Lamer, now that you got your Mac. What else do we have here? What else can you get? TV and home. What do they have in here? What can we spend money on? You need all of this also, Lamer. You're an Apple boy now. Look. Smart lightnings. Neoleaf. What's wrong with the scrolling here, my friend? I'm still confused about this fitness thing here. HIIT to meditation. Like, if you're doing proper HIIT training, you don't have time to look at a phone. When you're not training, you're puking your guts out. Yeah. No. He bought an app. He bought a Mac Mini. He bought a Mac Mini. I'm just messing with him. He bought a Mac Mini and he's afraid that he will get an iPhone. And I'm like, hey, look at all of this shit you need to buy now that you're a Mac boy. M1 Air is the best laptop I ever used. Yeah. I'm really jealous, man. Luckily, I didn't need to sign in with an Apple account. That's good. You're doing great. That's amazing, man. I love to hear that. Everyone I hear that use the M series of Macintoshes or Apple products really love it, and I really want one, to be honest. I'm still wearing shorts, it's too warm in here. Oh, I can't spell. The girls love it. The guys, come on, dude. Come on, dude. There you go. You know you made it if TechHot is in it. Yeah, it's a great honor, man. I do fucking love TechHot's channel. There's not so much fucking preaching in it. I love that. If any. It's really rare to find a Linux channel where you're not getting preached like you're going to church. That's Lamer's business, by the way. He's the residential cult leader of Linux in here. He's doing all the preaching. Home app. Oh, what's that? What's that? It's really yellow. Oh, it's just like Google Hue, or not Google, Philips Hue and stuff like that. Ah, gotcha. We are really making her uncomfortable. It's almost like... like, if people didn't know that we were really good friends with her, they would think we were some creepy-ass nerds right now. She's amazing. I've fucking known her forever, man. It's a celebrity endorsement. Yeah, nah. Like, I don't have a problem with people. Like in general, I don't have a problem with people. I have a problem with bullshit. And the sad reality is that a lot of people on YouTube, they love to bullshit to the degree that it actually going out and hurting, or not hurting, that's probably the wrong word here, but making some other people's life inconvenient. And that's the part that I hate about Linux, is that it's more about the narrative and the running it for running, instead of saying, you know what, does this make sense for you? Can you use it? Does it make sense for you? That's not even the question. The question is, you should, no matter how inconvenient it is. And I hate that. It's so unhuman-like. It's so... like, you don't care about other people's life other than the narrative. And I don't like that. You should care about, you know, people's situation and what they're doing, instead of just being, you know, pushing something on them. Creeping on my baggy boo, yeah. I had an iPhone, Apple Watch, iPad, and all of us need is an Mac. My SIM card. Oh yeah. They use like those macro mini thingy, right? If you switch into the Apple Home ecosystem, then you are stuck. Oh yeah. So I'm kind of into the Philips Hue system right now, and it's expensive to get out of, but it's also expensive to stay in, and that's the issue that I have right now. Oh yeah, didn't you do a video about that? By the way, people, go and follow TechHot. I can't even fucking spell right now. There you go. You did a video. There's that handsome fella. Didn't you do a video about that Nook? Can I copy paste from my virtual machine? There you go. Go nuts, people. Oh yeah. I need to watch this video about Solus is fucking amazing. They're coming back. I thought I saw you make a video about the Nook. Oh, a month ago. Okay, go. Gotcha. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need to watch that also. I'm so behind with content on YouTube. So I'm followed into a trap of watching Japanese and Korean cooking videos, and people that travel around Korea and Japan and taking the train. You know, just traveling vlogs and you know how to live in those countries and stuff like that. It's yeah. I'm kind of a little bit in a obsessive mode with anything Asian at the moment. So a little bit of fact or thing or what the fuck you will call it. So I used to do martial arts when I was a slim teenager back in my younger days. And I got really fascinated with anything Japanese. It was before weeb was a thing, and it was popular to be weebs, and you know, anime and all of that shit came into the Western world. And ever since then, I've been fascinated with anything Asian, basically. But mostly from Korea, Japanese stuff, and I actually had a dream of moving to one of those countries as a kid also, but then you realize shit costs money and you need to work to get money. And yeah. Oh, SUSE. GNOME is becoming Mac OS. Yeah, kinda. Vine. Oh, it's a Stallman. Oh god. You gave me a shock there, old boy. I never got into this whole e-bike thingy. I always saw it as being lazy. Unless you were sick, I get it, but here in Denmark, you see like 13-year-old healthy fucking people running on those e-bikes. I'm like, come on, you like get some exercise. Like, I'm a fat motherfucker. I know how important exercise is. Yeah, it was a Stallman jump scare, yeah. That's a cool channel. Oh, my boss is thinking about learning me how or get me into 3D printing so we could do that at work. Is that a butt plug? Huh? Don't tell me you sneaked in a butt plug on a fuck. Like, if you do that, I will fucking love you forever. That would be the most... Oh, no. Oh, it just looked like a butt plug. No, that could be amazing. Fucking hell, dude. It's an owl. That's actually really cool. Yeah, my boss, because the company I work for, they want to do some research and development and stuff like that. And they're also thinking about making an area where young people can go in and learn about electronics and production and development and stuff like that, both electronic and programming. And it could be really good to have a 3D printer there. So we've been talking about getting one, and then I need to learn how to use it, of course. So if someone has a project they need to get help with, you know, like how to build a product and stuff like that, we can then prototype it with them. And then they can then take that prototype and go and see if they can get funding for it or something like that. So it's something I've been looking into the last couple of months also. It's actually a really cool owl. So do you need ventilation for this? Because I've heard that they smell quite a bit, or is it just like depending on the materials that you're using? Because I don't want to die from, you know, plastic fumes. Smaller scale like this, not really. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, because I was reading that I live in a one-room apartment, so I don't have that much space. So I was afraid of coming home from work one day and opening the door, and then the weeb is standing there and ready to fucking cut my face off because I've inhaled too much plastic fumes. I remember watching, what the fuck was his name? Joe Telling or something like that? Like many years ago. He was talking a lot with Barnacles back in the day. They were like one of the first ones really doing 3D printing. Oh shit, Becky is here. Everyone, behave. We have no idea who you are. We don't know who this person is down here. Holy shit. The spanking lady is in here. That's really cool, that thing there, though. I may need to get my boss to watch this video here. Because he don't know what to buy. Yeah, I definitely need to save this one, so I think I need to get my boss to watch it. There you go. Nice. I do like me some 3D printing. Cool, yeah, I've heard about this. Don't AutoCAD own that now, or Autodesk? They're awesome for prototypes and small. Yeah, that's kind of why we were, or he was thinking about getting one. To build small housing for like electronic components and stuff like that, or electronic motors and whatnot, you know. So the company I work for, they do a lot of in industrial electronics. So it's those kind of things that, you know, it should house small electronics, PCBs and PLCs and all of what have you not. So stuff that you're doing there in that form factor. Maybe housing an Arduino or a Raspberry Pi and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, housing Arduino's, Raspberry Pi. Oh, that's a ship. And then people can pay, you know, to get it done, and we can teach them, you know, help them with their prototyping and stuff like that. But again, I work for a boss that has like 10,000 ideas, and you know, have to to do all of those. It takes a long time before some of them come into real life really fast, and some of them takes a long time because there's so many ideas to jungle around. And look, he's smiling. What are you saying to her, Vector? Are you stalking him now, Vector? I keep calling you Vector because there's something called a Vauxhall Vector or Opel Vector. That's a car. Hey, Don. Oh, it's going great. We're just watching some 3D printing from TechHawk. Because I'm getting interesting into. I like this display here. Yeah, I definitely think he needs to watch this video here for sure. Holy shit, 160,000 subscribers. Damn. I remember. So let's see, when I discovered TechHawk, this is a little bit crazy, but I've actually been following him for a long time. Okay, not 9 years ago. I think I actually discovered some of your Minecraft videos back in the day when I was into Minecraft. But I think... Yeah, I actually think I've heard about you in the mic because I also did the gaming back then. Yeah, TechHawk is one of the good ones. Yeah, I will show you in a bit, Nerdbog. I think it was this one, about here. I started to notice that you were doing other stuff. I go to classroom in high school. Yeah. I wish I was that young again, man. I really do. 5 reasons not to switch to Linux. Oh my god, I can't wait to see the comment section on that one. Let's have a laugh. So, yeah. Okay. So Opel is a German brand. It's called Vauxhall in the UK. But yeah, this is a Vector. This is a Vector. Actually, a cool car, to be honest. You can really beef it up, especially if you get the, you know, the little earlier ones. The newer ones looks a little bit ugh, if you ask me, but So one of my family members had one of these. I can't remember which model. I think it was this one here. I actually worked a lot on it. Yeah, this one here. Yeah, this one here. He had this one here. That face. Is there anyone we know in here? I love this. As a Linux user for a year, okay, so we basically can't take anything you say as reliable information then. They're not that bad. A Java developer, okay. And what happened to Java? RIP Java, what did you do? DaVinci Fusion. Well, they're quite nice here. This is kind of my issue also, the lack of availability for some apps. I don't think they have Opelcast in the States. It's a European kind of thing. Windows in the cloud, yeah. I've heard about this dude before. Install Linux, enjoy 3-second boot up time. Enjoy 30-second app opening, a 30-minute app opening, VLC lagging, welcome to Windows. Yeah, that's not the case, but I get what he's trying to say. Oh, the Java version, is that getting out of commission? Really? I have both, by the way. Arthurs. And I still don't understand the drive structure. That's cool. Games is one of the... Let's say, are they saying Proton? No. Well, Quitzer is not technically a photo editor. It's like Illustrator, like Adobe Illustrator, but you can use it as a photo editor. GIMP is not a Photoshop replacement. I'm sorry, it really is not. And Audition, Audacity is not an Audition. So, can you do some of the same stuff in Audition and Audacity? Yes. But a lot of people use Audition for a lot of the mastering tools that are in Audition, and that's why this is not a good comparison. The same with GIMP and Photoshop, the same with Premiere Pro and Kdenlive. I will agree with this one here. Blender is definitely not an After Effect. When I was maining Linux and only ran Linux, I use Quitzer for every photo editing. Like, Quitzer is a really good program, but it's a little bit finicky. Inkscape and Illustrator, yeah, yep. I always have problems with DaVinci Resolve under Linux, always. Oh, no, I thought that was it. Yeah, cat software, yeah. Yeah, if you're a .NET programmer, you will have a little bit of an issue. That's what I'm doing. Do you recommend using virtual machines to use Linux inside Windows? That's what I've been doing the last couple of years. And it works out perfectly for me. Because I don't need Linux to game for me. So I can do coding, tinkering, and all of that dizzle-dazzle-doozle in a virtual machine, no issue. And then when I want to game, because the games I like to play is not really that well compatible with Linux. 500 reasons not to use Windows. There's a lot of reasons, let's be honest here, but maybe 500, maybe not. Yeah, After Effects Alternative Blender, yeah, that's... Oh, this is a... Oh my god. I hate these essays here. Like, this looks like if this is a C, that it's like, as far as just from reading this part here, like speed reading this part here, I think I will agree with what this person is going to say and stuff like that, but who the fuck is going to read a whole essay like this? Like, let's be honest. Every time I see someone commenting like this, I'm like, why didn't you make a response video? Or something like that. Yeah, your medium. Yeah, something. Yeah. I like I said, I already agree, you know, here, and I will probably agree with 90% of what this person is going to say, but I'm not going to read that. Nobody's going to read that. Now I'm actually curious if it is a boy or girl or whatever it is. Let's see who he is. I think it's a girl. 2018. Anyway. Not all Valve anti-cheat works. Blizzard's anti-cheat do work. Yes, Bad Light don't. True. Never buy Nvidia graphic cards. So I've been using Nvidia under Linux for over 20 years. Oh, no, not over 20 years. Close to 20 years. And not really had many issues with it, to be honest. But I never buy the latest and greatest Nvidia cards. I've always been like 1 or 2 generations behind because money! Unpopular opinion. Ooh. I prefer LibreOffice anyway. Linux gaming is perfect. This is what people tend to forget. For me. And then if you tell them, well, it's not perfect for me, I have issues, you are a liar, you are a scumbag, Microsoft is paying you. Like, dude, I have the issue. So, you know, we are different people with different systems. I love reading comments. Yeah, Linux gaming, it has gotten a lot better than it was 10 years ago. But it's still way behind on Windows than Windows is, let's be honest here. Like, if you're one of the select few where all the games you like to play works under Linux, that's amazing. But for a lot of people, that's just not the case. I have broken Debian on many occasions. It's not hard to break a distribution. Just open 200 Chrome tabs. And shit itself. Yeah, the best GPUs are provided by Nvidia, but they also charge the living shit out of it. Wine is a bitch to deal with sometimes. I don't agree with free Windows 10 price reason. If you have unactivated Windows, you have a lot of annoyances and restrictions. That's not true. The only thing you can do with an unactivated Windows is changing some look and feel of it. That's it. And if you have an old Windows Pro license key laying around, plug that sucker in and you have activated Windows 10 and 11. I do it at work all the time. Don't tell that to anyone. Like, if you have an old Pro Windows key laying around from Windows 7 and up, use that. Microsoft don't give a flying fuck, okay? If you don't have that, there's no issue in going and buying a OEM key. Microsoft really don't give a fuck. They rather have you run their software with an outdated key or even private than running the competition, because they make money on Office and all of the Microsoft, like any other company, they make money off the ecosystem, not on Windows. And honestly, I don't understand why they just don't do what Apple is doing, just get away with the price tag of Windows. Because, let's be honest, they barely make any money off it. But I can also see that some, boards of directors is like, that's what we always have done and blah, blah, blah. And some companies may think differently about Windows if they don't have to pay for a license anymore and stuff like that. So there is some legacy mindset going on with that. But yeah, why not just delete it? Yeah, I have a Game Pass subscription also. Welcome to the club. Oh yeah, PlayStation. I didn't know that they had a good emulator. Like, I shit a lot on the Steam Deck, but if someone was like, hey, here's a free Steam Deck, I would love that device. I just shit on Steam Deck because the Linux community think that it's this, like, holy grail that will save Linux or something like that. And they tend to forget that there is no bigger proprietary and predatorial anti-consumer company, data collection company than Valve and Steam. Like, Steam and Valve, the software Steam is collecting way more data and telemetry about it than Windows is, and Valve as a company is way more predatorial towards you and your data than Windows is. If you really want to talk about a platform where you own nothing, go to Valve and Steam. I hate them with a passion. They are my favorite games. I never been into platformers and stuff like that, to be honest. Some emulators do work better under Linux and some don't. I think in general PlayStations work better under Linux and Nintendo. I think Xbox may work better on Windows. Probably because they're using, Xbox is using a form of Windows. It's without alternatives. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It is a decent alternative to Windows and Mac. It is a decent alternative. But it's just not for most people. Sadly enough. But if you can live in the Linux world, it's a great alternative. You were saying that as I was typing. Oh, Nintendo is better on Windows. Okay, I got that wrong. There's no reason, period. Only Office, yeah, that's... Oh, Star Office. Who can remember Star? Is that still around? I thought some company bought up the license. Because that was the precursor. Yeah, it's still around. No. 2009. I don't think you would ever be able to swap Steam. Sadly enough. Lutris is a really weird thing. Because when I was like heavily using Linux, like I had no Windows machines whatsoever, and Lutris like could work great one day, and then after an update, it was like your worst nightmare. But it does make it easier to set it up, a Wine system up and stuff like that. But Dude, depending on what day you wake up, like how many cats have you swinged over your computer this day to sacrifice to the Holy Spirits? Kind of depends on how well Lutris is running, exactly enough. So the whole privacy thing, I'm not giving up on it, but we have, it's a fight we cannot win. Because people want, you know, Uber Eats, they want deliveries, they want all of the convenience that less privacy gives us. And living in the belief that running Linux is saving you from, or protecting your privacy, is massively blindsided. It makes no sense. Because, yeah, your operating system is not taking data from you and stuff like that, but everything else is. Everything else is, and everyone else is. And yeah, you should do whatever you can, of course, but you can never win that fuck. Yeah, 4 browsers and yeah, it's yeah. Like I do have 2. I use at least 2 browsers daily, and it's not for security reasons. It's for, I like to have my task kinda separate, in case one of the browsers was shit its bed, you know, be like, bye, don't want to be here anymore, and then crash or something like that. So I don't take all of the things that I'm doing down at once. Yeah, security and privacy are 2 different things. Yeah, definitely true. Definitely true. We can't win. You cannot win the security fight, and you cannot win the privacy fight. You will never be 100,000% secure, and you will never be 100,000% private. Well, I take that back. At one point in your life, you will be 1,000% secure and 1,000% private. You just are not alive to experiencing it. That's the only case where you are like 1,000% secure and private when you're not on this earth anymore, because nobody really gives a fuck about you. Yeah, nothing is 100% secure. I call it speed bumps. That's what you're doing when you're securing yourself. You're just putting down speed bumps, and depending on who the person is that wants to get access to what you have, at some point those speed bumps becomes too different. It takes too long of a time. It's what it comes down to. It's too much of a hassle. So they go on to someone else, or they find other attack vectors to get into you, to get the thing that you have. You know, that's why social engineering is such a big thing nowadays. Because it's way easier to send you a link from a Nigerian prince, and you click on it, than trying and brute force the way into your system or something like that. Or doing malware and viruses, because anti-virus and anti-malware software is so great nowadays that, again, it's just way more convenient to send a phishing email out to thousands of people and wait for maybe 50 of those to click it, than try to brute force thousands of computers. Oh yeah, humans are like 99% of the security issue. That's why I laugh a lot when people say that it's more secure to run Linux. It could be a little bit more secure, we don't know that as a fact. But, like you say, the reason why people get into trouble is because, well, the person behind the screen is doing stupid shit, you know. We are clicking on stuff we should not click, run stuff we should not run, you know, agreeing to stuff we should not agree on. Like, we are the issue here. And if you are a bad user on Windows, like, when I mean a bad user, I mean you don't care about your security on Windows, or have any idea about how to care about your security on Windows, you're not safe on Linux either. You may just be 1% more safe, but you're not safe on Linux either. Yeah, people always take the easy way in and out and stuff like that. I remember when Star Office came around, man. A padlock on your laptop. Dude, that would not even be enough, man. That won't even be enough. Linux malware has entered the chat. Wouldn't you rather trust a reputable company than some random guy with a GitHub repository? Depends, man. Depends. %50 of the effort about education. Yeah. I have the same job, by the way. And if you knew the security or lack thereof in most companies, and how little they care about it, even if you tell them that they should. They care more about getting products out of the door. They care more about getting new exciting things up and running. Yeah. It's yeah. It's amazing how, like, let me put it this way. A lot of companies, if people knew that they right now at home on their computer is probably 10 times more secure and safe than most companies out there, because they just want a fucking firewall, you know, and may run antiviruses 2 times a week or something like that. But a lot of companies is also a little bit, you know, safe because they pay extra money for ISPs to kind of protect them to some extent, with, you know, that the data gets sieved and looked at via the ISP, or the ISP has firewalls and stuff like that protects them. But still, so here's something I can say. This is, you will laugh your ass off. So we got a computer in, okay? It was used in I think it must have been, you know, where you go in a doctor's office, like an eye doctor's office, because there was a lot of you know, testing equipment attached to it that had to do with eye testing, you know, pressure in the eyes testing, eyesight testing, and all that shit. And apparently it was someone that did research and development in said area, you know, eye medical stuff. This computer was a Windows XP computer. That means that computer had been running at least up till maybe last year, when the company went bankrupt, or sitting somewhere with company secrets and stuff like that. So my boss was like, I kind of want to see what software they were using all of these equipment with, just for fun. And he booted up this XP computer, which booted up. This is the funny part. It was not slower to boot up than any other modern, 50% slower than any modern computer, but it was really fast to boot up compared to what I remember them, you know, the old systems. But anyway, it had a password and a login we needed. And I'm like, shit. And I say to him, I because it's password protected and it's Windows XP machine, well, any Windows machine, I probably can't get into the account. But I have a USB stick with Linux on it, so I can definitely just boot into Linux, get access to the hard drive, and we can see what software is there, but we can't run the software. And then I was like, let me see what I couldn't remember what the administrator account was for Windows XP, so I looked it up. And then I typed administrator and password administrator. Didn't work. I'm like, oh my god, they have really locked this down. So then I deleted the password with only the username administrator and pressed enter. Everything opened up. I now had administrative access to the computer. I could run all the fucking shit that they have, all the research and everything. We could just look at it. And that's not uncommon for a company to do that. Like, again, like, we at home probably have better fucking security than most companies have. Okay, if you go up to like companies like IBM and big massive companies that have thousands of employees and stuff like that, they have way better security. But if you knew how little security like small companies to medium companies have in their systems, you will be fucking laughing your ass off. You know, like, oh my god, my wet dream is to find a bad USB attack in my firm. Don't tell my boss. They start leaving drives in the car park. Interesting. Oh, AOL, yeah. 14 years of heat, oh my god. You test SQL injections, oh my god. Yeah, take it easy, TechHot, and thanks for stopping by, man. Have an amazing weekend. Go do something fun, man. Enjoy the weather and everything. Yeah, never plug anything into your computer, never download anything, that's true. Oh, you're going also, Siako? Goodbye, man. Yeah, so this is also why I get into problem with the Linux people, is that I'm like, I don't care what system you're on. If you're sharing data with someone else, no matter if you downloaded it or you're just a middleman, if it gets into your computer, you scan that shit. If you're just using it for yourself, it's up to you if you want to scan it or not. But if you're downloading something, no matter on what operating system you're on while you're downloading it. Hey, thanks so much, man. Thanks, TechHot. I will definitely get a beer. We need to. I need to get over there and get you a beer then. But thanks so much, man. Thanks so much. But yeah, no matter where you are or what you are using, if you're sharing files with someone else, it's a good idea to scan it, because you don't know if they do it, and you don't want to be that person that infected a whole fucking, you know, department with I love you virus or something like that. Because oh, Nerdbog is still the fucking boss. Come on. Well, password managers I don't believe in. I think they are too convenient to be secure. I don't believe in password managers. Like, I would say that it's more secure to have a notepad that nobody knows of, like a physical notepad with all your passwords in, than having a password manager. It's too convenient. And you're too reliant on third-party people. But it's still, you know, you can still use it if you want to. I just personally don't like them. I've sadly seen too many of them being broken and hacked and whatnot. But, using 32 characters and stuff like that, I don't... Again, we have to look at the situation here. Are you protecting your family photos? Where if someone gets them, yeah, that would be irritating, but it's not national security. Maybe go a little bit light on things, you know. If it's like company secrets, that if someone gets hands on that could ruin the company. You do everything, you know, you encrypt it to high heaven and back and use fucking 10,000-bit encryption and stuff like that. It depends on the situation, you know. I want Bitwarden with hardware keys, but yeah, again, like I said, everything can be cracked. You know, we don't know what backdoors and undiscovered security problems that is with all those. I know that the book that I have here in my hand right now that you can't see, that has no passwords in it, by the way, but if this book had passwords in it, the only way you can get this book out, these passwords, is if you come to my fucking place and take it out of my hand. And how many people are going to do that just to get, you know, access to my Pornhub page? You know, you get what I'm saying here. How many people are doing that just to get access to some social media accounts? But if they can hack a third party, you know, password manager, where not only do they get your password, but they get everyone else's passwords on top of it. Now we are talking. And that's the problem I have with password managers, is that they're so big of a target and houses so many other people's information that is almost like too good to be true if they can get into it. That's why you see people attacking iCloud instead of iPhones. You know, they attack Facebook accounts instead of hard drives. Because if they can get into one Facebook account, they can get into hundreds of other Facebook accounts. You get what I'm coming at here? Yeah, I'm not saying that they are not secure, but if I can get your key, they are not that secure anymore. And there are probably way where you can spoof the software to think that you have the YubiKey. It's probably difficult. It's probably hard, and it's probably something that most people don't want to deal with. But it's also doable because it's ones and zeros. Where, again, this book here, you cannot... There's no way you can brute force your way into this book unless you're behind me right now with a massive fucking bat and hitting me in the face. If it's digital, there's almost always a way to get access to it. It's just a matter about how much time you have. Or if you know something that the opposite don't know. But I have in a book, there's only one way of you getting access to it, or two ways. Get the book, or get me to tell you what's in the book. Where if it's digital, there's thousands of ways of getting that information. But again, like I said, it's speed bumps. If you put enough speed bumps down, people say this is too inconvenient. There are other easier targets out there that we can go after. I'm not saying that you should not believe in any of this yet. I'm just saying that don't put too much trust into it. Don't put too much trust into it. Don't. It's the same issue I have a little bit with Linux people that think that when they're running Linux, they are immune over hackers, viruses, malware, anything in the world. Like, you may be more secure right now because nobody really wants to know that you're running Linux, or you may be more secure than Windows in general. But if you don't do anything to make sure that you also are secure, other than just blindly believing in that you are or think you are, you may be a bigger target than someone running Windows with a firewall. Because I don't need a firewall, I'm running Linux. I don't need to scan anything, I'm running Linux. You don't know what you're running then. You get what I'm coming at here. Alternative to passwords is using same or similar password, anything that are short or weak. No, Pavel, that's not the case. The alternative is that you're running really, really complicated passwords that you can still remember in your head. You just need to have a fucking good brain. But that's the alternative. And so here's the thing. What do you think people did before password managers? Password managers is kind of a new thing. What do you think people did before that? We had secret notes in places nobody knew about. We had basically you did encryption in your own head, so you had a password scheme where depending on what account you were using, you would be changing some letters and words around. So it was kind of, everything was rooted in the same password, but it was randomly jumbled around depending on what account you were using. So in reality, you don't have to remember, let's say 30 letters and numbers. Maybe only 5 of those was different. You get what I'm coming at here? And that's how we did it back in the day. But yeah, you could easily forget a password. I will give you that. And when you forgot that password, you were fucked because you were the only one having it. But yeah, people were using, let's call it analog note-taking for ages. And if you're the only one that knows what that note is, that's massively secure. Like, it's massive because you're the only one knowing where it is. Like, you're the only one knowing, the password for your encryption file or something like that. You get what I'm saying here? Like, analog is like the best thing is that if you can have individual usernames and email accounts and remember everything in your head. But nobody can do that. We are not fucking Rain Mans here. But if you have like a secret book somewhere, stashed somewhere, that you are the only one knowing that, that's just as secure, if not more secure than anything digital. It's just really massively inconvenient. Because now you have to get that book, and you have to remember this new password, because you can't take the book with you at work and have it laying on your desk, because then someone can take it. So you have to remember that password for that day. So it becomes really inconvenient. At work, how am I supposed to know the admin password for all 30 of them? Again, there are... So let's say there are 30 different rooms. So depending on what room you are in, 4 of that password's letters are changing. Four of those letters are changing depending on what room you're in. And that can be based on the room number. And then you use things in the room that reminds you of the password that you chose, for example. So in reality, you only have to know the base password, and then you can go, okay, it's in room 905. You can even use 905 somewhere in so, okay, the core password is this, but 905 is the middle numbers. So you change the middle numbers of the generic password to 905. If that was, I can't even remember if that was what I said. And then you may go in and be like, okay, the printer is at Windows 2, so the next one would be 2. That could be how you come up with a password. And nobody will make that association other than you. Like, they have to be massively fucking intelligent to say, okay, I know the core password, so yeah, he would definitely use that number. He would definitely use the window location, for example. They are so, like, not modern people, younger people, I'm starting to sound like an old idiot, but people tend to forget that people had passwords before the internet. People were storing and managing passwords massively secure. Like, governments were run on passwords that people had in their brains and had written down and never got hacked or used or anything like that. Like, there was times where we couldn't use, digital password managers and stuff like that, but you still need passwords for, like, padlocks and, stuff like that. This whole password technology is not something new. Yeah, I was just giving you a really simple example here. It could be something simple as you have a base password, but to understand the password, you need to use a book as a cipher. And that could be like a book about, let's say, C++ programming. C++ for Dummies Revision 4. And then there's a section in that book that is the ciphering key for the passwords. So unless the person have that book and knew that book was part of the password, they can't get into it. Oh, if you think that if you think that digital security is better than physical or that you are less secure because you have it, like, yes, if I write stuff down on this notepad here, and it's in my desk at work in a drawer, yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid. If I write it down and I put it in my pocket and I'm running around and fucking, doing whatever I'm doing, that's stupid. But if it's in your head or this book is in a safe or in a place that only I know about, then it's arguably as secure as anything else that you're doing. But it's just not as convenient as digital password management. Because now I have to make sure that nobody knows that I'm going in to look at my notepad. And I have to be like, is anyone looking? No? Okay, I need to go into Josephine's bikini drawer here. So this is the password. Let's remember the password. I need to, repeat it. Save the notepad again. And then, okay, Josephine's out of the office. Then type in the password for her underwear drawer. It's massively inconvenient. There's a lot of room for getting the password wrong. There's a lot of room for error. But it's also massively secure. But it's massively inconvenient. Security and convenience never go hand in hand. Never. Never. Ask yourself this, is this easy for me to do? And if the answer is yes, then you have to kind of, on a basic level, say to yourself, then it may not be as secure as I think it is. I forgot my charger for my phone in her underwear drawer. Yeah, she's been stealing people's food, yeah. But we also have to remember something here. Let's be honest here. You also base your security on the situation that you're in. Not everyone is an important person. What I'm going to say here right now, don't take this like personally or anything like that, but I don't give a fuck about any of you guys and girls' pictures, when you were born, where you live. It could be, you know, like, yeah, it could be fun to talk about where you live and stuff like that, but you get what I'm saying here. In reality, I don't give a fuck about any of that with you guys, and you guys and girls don't give a fuck about it with me. We can't use it for anything. There's no beneficial, like massively monetary beneficial I can't speak. Beneficial reasons for me to know these things about you. Give me your credit card and your PIN number and stuff like that. Now we are talking. But anything else beside that, or give me access to your bank accounts, is kind of meaningless for me to know about you all. So it makes no sense to then think that, okay, I have to protect myself like I was like the fucking Queen of England, or not, well, the King of England, we have to say now, or the President of the United States. That's overkill. You have to look at what are the most reasonable reasons for someone to do something to me, and then accordingly lay out your strategy. So what's going to happen the most to me? Or what is the biggest attack vectors for me, or whatever you will call them. And then protect yourself against those. Don't sit there and be like, yeah, there's definitely going to be a nuclear war tomorrow. And zombies are going to then come after me because I'm the only one having ramen noodles from this shop. And everyone is going to need those ramen noodles because they make you immune for the virus. That's a scenario that will probably never happen. So, should you think about it? You can, but there's probably a bigger chance that you probably lose your wallet. You know, it falls out of your pocket. So, maybe you should think about that first. You know, protect against the most common scenarios that you can think of that will happen to you. And then you work your way down the ladder. So, what is the most immediate danger or thing that can happen that goes against my security? Then you protect yourself against that. And then you go down the list to the most unlikely, reasonable thing that's going to happen. That's the last thing you think about. But I sadly see, and then that again, a lot of Linux users, is like, they think that they are so important that if someone got a fucking picture of them, you know, them sitting in a chair with a beer in their hand, the whole world would explode. At most, it would just be fucking inconvenient, or it would be, you know, a little bit like, yeah, I don't like my fucking fat face out there, but hey, it's not going to ruin my life. You know, But they treat their picture like it's like the holy grail of eternal youth or something like that. You know, we have to look at the life we're living, the jobs we have, the places we live in, the you know, everything. You have to look at your whole life and then be like, what is the biggest danger to me, my security, online, offline, whatever it is, and privacy. Let's take privacy with it also. You know, who are the ones going to take most of my privacy away? What is the biggest security risk that I have where I live and stuff like that? And that's massively different from me in Denmark towards someone in Germany. And just where the fuck I live in Denmark. Whatever job I have depends on is vastly different. And, you know, all of these things. And that also means that what is necessary for you to do may not be necessary for me. And the same go with operating systems. If you never share files with anyone, you're sitting home alone, you're just doing your own thing, yeah, maybe you don't need to scan any fucking files because you're not sharing it with anyone. You know, maybe you don't need an antivirus. Probably still a good idea, but not that needed as someone that downloads stuff on the internet, plug a USB in it and take it to work. They probably need to scan that shit, okay? But that's again different from person to person. But Linux users, they think that everyone needs to fucking encrypt everything, their butthole, their nipples, anything needs to be fully encrypted. And I'm like, what is your attack problem? Where will you predict that people are going to get at you from? You know. Every major entry I've had is down to me. Yeah, well, yeah. In what situation would I recommend someone to run Linux? That's a I can't say like, okay, if you're in this situation you should run it. It has to become a personal choice. So it depends on what do the I was about to say customer, but what do the person want out of their computer? What is their goal? What do they want? And if the thing that they want align with what Linux can offer them, I would say you have Windows as an option. Here's the benefit as I see them. Here's the negative. And you have Linux. Here's the benefits and here's the drawbacks. Which one do you want to use? I don't think you can say that if you're in this situation, you should be running X software. You have to understand what the need are. What do the system need to do for the person or people around that are using it, and then make the decision out of what is the need of the system instead of what is the situation. Because if there's more than one person using a system, the situation can be different. Also, if there's more than one department or computers accessing a server, for example, there's different situations, you know. And then you have to figure out what system works well with all of those situations. And a lot of time that comes down to talking to the people using it. Because a lot of times also, what do you like to use the most? Like, do you prefer this paradigm or do you prefer this paradigm here? Do you prefer another paradigm? You know, and that's at least how I approach it. I always what makes sense for the people? What is the people's wishes? What system fits with those wishes? And of course, if you're talking corporate structure, how can we do that in the cheapest way that satisfy everyone as much as possible? So if it's a Windows only company, or more, let's say 90% of their infrastructure is Windows, I'm not going to introduce Linux and all that fucking shit into it. If 90% of their infrastructure is Linux, I'm not going to say, oh, we have to do Windows servers and use Windows. No, it also has to depend on what is already existing in the situation that you are in. So it's a mixture between the requirement of the system and the people. What do they expect out of it? And what is already there? There's too big of a gap if it comes to Office use. Microsoft Azure and all the tools are just superior. They are like Azure Active Directory and all that shit is fucking great, man. I suggest it is to passionate teenagers about computers. It breaks their image of... Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. So if someone came to me, let's make up a scenario where I would recommend Linux. Someone comes up to me like, I want to learn new things. I'm a little bit fed up with Windows. I'm just bored running Windows. I kind of want to experience some new things. You know, I feel it's boring to use my computer. I don't game. I don't have any requirements or whatever programs. I just, you know, the program I use the most is fucking Firefox or whatever it is. That's what I use the most. But I'm just tired of the way my computer is and how it functions. And I'm a little bit, maybe it's getting a little bit slow, for example, or Windows is just getting too fucking... you get what I'm coming at here. Then I would maybe say, oh, what about Linux? And if they are like, what is it? And I'm explaining to them, like, nah, that's not what I'm looking for. That's it. But if they're saying, oh, that sounds interesting, then I would be like, hey, try run this USB device, a stick with Linux on it. Let's see if your computer can run it first. Ah, it's working. Play around with the USB stick for like a day or so. Ah, that gets you excited, huh? You get a little nerd bone on there, my friend. Don't jizz all over yourself. Okay, let's install the sucker. That's how I would go about it. I will ask the person. Because you can really gauge a lot from just talking to people. And see, when you're mentioning this Linux thing, how they react. If they react like you just told them that they got fucking an STD or something like that, yeah, you should probably not recommend Linux to them. But if they are like, ooh, that sounds interesting, now you have a door open. I know Ubuntu have support for Active Directory, but they don't have the same amount of support for it as Windows do. It's just like Windows technologies play better with Windows technology. Is David Icke here? Who are you talking about, James? I run Linux in virtual machines also. Like I said, that makes more sense for my workflow and what I'm doing. I don't personally have the need of running Linux on bare metal just so I can brag online and say I run Linux on bare metal, because only 3% of the desktop market gave a fuck. Okay? And if only 3% of computer desktop users give a fuck, basically nobody gives a fuck. Okay? Let's be honest here. And if I can do everything I can in a VM, why not do it? Like, let's be honest here. If you're buying a Linode Linux instance, that Linode Linux instance is more than likely run in a virtual machine. So, if you're running any service providers technology with Linux, you're probably not even running it on bare metal. I don't think Microsoft can extinguish Linux. It's not possible. But they can make a better product. And one thing Microsoft is really good at, that Linux is failing miserably at, is making good products. Microsoft understand how to build and sell a product to people. The Linux world have no fucking idea how to do that. Microsoft understand how to talk to its customers. Yeah, why do you think that is? Why do you think that they want to run Windows subsystem for Linux over a Linux distribution? It's the same reason why I run Linux in a virtual machine. The exact same reason. I'm getting the best of both worlds. When I reach limitations within Linux, I just close down the virtual machine. I don't have to reboot. I don't have to do all of that fucking shit. I just reboot. I just close it down. Yeah, but here's the thing. Windows subsystem for Linux came about because developers wanted it. It was not something Microsoft did because they wanted to. They did it because there was a request for it. So that's not them embracing it. It's them listening to a market request and seeing a void there. And they're like, okay, this is what our customers want. How can we do this the best way? And if that's what the customers want, and they then make a better product than is already existing, that's not Microsoft's issue. That's the existing product not understanding how to adapt to a situation. You have to remember, when you're running Windows subsystem for Linux, you're still running Linux. You're just not running desktop Linux. You're running a bare bone version of Linux, but you are running Linux. So they are not taking anything over. They're not trying to converse people into using Windows. They just have a lot of developers that they develop for both systems. And here's the thing. Linux could have done the same. Linux could have done the fucking same. They could have gone up to Microsoft and said, how can we get this under Linux or something similar under Linux? But that probably means that they need to modify the TPL to do so. And they're not, the TPL people are not willing to do that. Exactly. Linux's biggest problem, I have a video recorded, I think I will release it, where Linux is in a mode right now where their success is Windows have to fail for us to succeed. Windows is never going to fail. Okay, never going to do that. And Linux is too caught up with competing with someone they should not compete with in the first place. What Linux should be doing is, how can we become better tomorrow than we are today? And how can Linux work really, really well in a world where Mac exists, Windows exists, BSDs exist, Haikus exist? Linux whole philosophy is, it's us, only us, it's our way or nobody else's way. That is uncooperative from the get-go. Everyone else is playing together. Linux will not play together with other people because they have found the right way of doing things. Mostly the FOSS people, but you get what I'm saying here. When I say Linux, I mean mostly the TPL and FOSS people. Because when you see companies like SUSE and Canonical and Red Hat that are doing their best to actually, like, this is why SUSE, Red Hat, and Canonical are so successful on the corporate world, because they understand it. They understand that for them to be as big as they are on the server market, they need to work with Windows. They need to work with Windows infrastructure. They need to work together instead of fighting each other. And that's why you go on to Red Hat's website and you go on to Windows website and you see promotional videos from Microsoft and Red Hat on their each respective sites. That's why SUSE was one of the first ones to actually allow Active Directory to be part of their system or work with it. Because they understand that the best outcome for everyone is that if everyone work together instead of fighting each other. But that's just not Linux. And that's why a lot of FOSS and Linux people hate Canonical, and they hate Red Hat, and they hate SUSE. Good old SUSE here. Because how dare you work with the devil? How dare you allowing them to use our systems and so on and so on? Well, that's because that's what the majority of people living in this world want. And another thing is that when you're only a small percentage of a market, you cannot go out there and demand shit. Okay? You have no power to do that. So if you're going up to the biggest player in the world and starting to make demands, they will say, fuck you. Like, they will. You need to suck up a little bit. Linux needs to do the same. What is it? Embrace, extend, extinguish. Linux needs to do that, to be honest. They need to suck some fucking Windows cock and then embrace it to become buddies with Windows. And then, if they want to, extinguish it. That's what every company do. That's what every business do that's successful. Everyone. You cannot become successful by being uncooperative with everyone around you and making demands that they do what you want them to do because you think you know what's best, when you have no influence or almost no influence. It would be like me going up to Mr. Beast and telling him how to run his YouTube channel, because I know that I'm more morally correct than he is. I understand YouTube better than him because I'm following the Linux ways. That's how Linux sounds like for everyone else. They are me trying to go up to Mr. Beast and say, I know how you should run your channel. Like, imagine that. Like, come on, peeps. Linux's biggest problem is Linux's inability to work in a world that exists. And this whole ability to look at the source code, that made sense back in the day before we had massively fast internet. Because back in the day, if something was fucked up, someone had to pick up the shit and deliver it to someone else that then have to physically mend that shit, give it back to said person, and drive back with it. If I have a problem with Firefox today, right now, I can submit a bug, and if I'm really lucky and it's a big enough a problem, they can fix it within hours, minutes. The reason why people wanted to see the source code back in the day was because what we can do now within hours and minutes took sometimes days and weeks back then. Because if a tape went wrong, a code on a tape, the nearest replacement was like thousands of miles away. So it would be easy if they locally could fix it. Nowadays, you just call up Firefox or something like that. Hey, your shit is broken. Yep, we have a guy down with you in 5 minutes. Or 10 minutes. Or, yep, we are pushing a hot update in 2 minutes over the internet. You don't really need to do anything with the code nowadays, locally. They can do it remotely. And that's why I think a lot of people with Linux, they're going down the philosophical route. You know, that okay, we understand that nowadays that everyone can fix the code don't make a lot of sense because, well, it takes 5 minutes to fix it. So it's more ethical and blah, all of that bullshit that people are saying. Yeah, we're still watching Becky. With high hardware, Linux cost me money. As a gamer with high hardware, Linux cost me money. Oh. Yeah. A lot of people have had those issues. No, it's okay. I'm dyslexic, so it's me. It's probably me not and I'm tired, so it's probably on my end not reading it bad. I'm not probably reading it badly. But yeah, if you run Linux on top of the line hardware, you can have issues a lot of times. So when I was only running Linux, I always used hardware that was 1 or 2 generation old, because then I knew that I would have a good foundation for Linux. Can we look at stat counter for desktop OS is in India? Why? Nobody, what happens in one country means only a thing to people in India. And it's not indicative of the overall trend. It's like me saying, let's look up about how many people speak Danish in Denmark. That's only useful for people living in Denmark. It's not even entertaining. It's like, who cares? Who gives a fuck? I'd rather look up the overall desktop market. But we all know that Windows is down 10%. Others is at 12%. I think it is. Linux is stand still for the last 28 days. Mac OS has gone up a little bit. That's the latest numbers for this. Okay, so that's India. I think this is where I'm coming. This is why I think he wants me to do it. Is because in India, Linux may be way bigger than Microsoft or something like that, and then use it as gotcha. Yeah, there are companies that only use Linux in Denmark. That's not an indication that Linux is taking over the world. There are cities in Europe that only use Linux. That's not an indicator that Linux is taking over the world. It's just an indicator that in that specific city, they're using Linux, It's only a trend if it's universal all over the world. Unknown. So here's the thing. If you want to speculate with unknown, if you don't know what it is, you cannot speculate. So the best case scenario is that you take the unknown and equally reverse that out of the known systems. That's the best way of doing it, because you don't know if there's more unknown Windows machines, Linux machines. They could be Haiku, they could be QNX, they could be FreeBSD that was not on the list. They could be HP Unix, they could be IBM Unix, they could be all of these different things. So you don't know, and if you don't know, you don't speculate. Unknown is not Linux. If you know what it was, it would be put into a category that fits that situation. If you think unknown is Linux, you might as well just go and join a flat earth fucking community. Honestly, just go talk to some flat earther. Because if you know something that the biggest statistic gathering sites in the world don't know, you have the wrong job. You have the wrong fucking job. Because they have better equipment and better ways of probing and getting statistics than you have at home. It's yeah. I have a suspicion that you also have an account called Reaper somewhere. Yeah, that theory is bullshit. A theory is not fact. Yeah, I dream since 25 years that Linux will win the gaming race, but 24, yeah, I get, yeah. Oh, SUSE Tumbleweed, okay, I didn't know that. But then I will speculate. Let me see. I will speculate that every unknown is just Windows being run behind spoofing servers and stuff like that because they're running an unregistered versions of Windows. So 98% of unknowns is actually Windows. That's what I'm speculating, and my speculations are right. Yeah, speculations is as useful as a girl that don't want to fucking look at you. Like, they mean nothing. People that look at, and this is how you can spot people that are fucking crazy, to be honest. If you are so desperate that you have to go to that fucking lengths to do mental gymnastics and say, yeah, I definitely believe that unknown is Linux. That's desperation, okay? Dude, that's desperation. That's fucking desperation. That's all that tells you. And why nobody gives a fuck how big Linux is. Had Linux been 12% of the market, who gives a fuck? Linux still sucks on the desktop. But love Linux so much, yeah. Love Windows too. I do, like, yeah, I don't like the CPM aspect of Windows 11. But other than that, yeah, I like it. Yeah. No, so you want to spot a desperate person. They are trying to bend things into they are trying to artificially enhance something that they want to be more than it is, without having any basis behind it, other than I feel, I think, I wish, I speculate. That's desperation right there. And it's like, it's not even a debatable argument. 100% of unknown could be Linux. Nobody knows. That's why it's unknown. So you cannot use it in an argument. Because then I could say, to counter-argue that, well, 100% unknown could also be Windows then. So that means that Linux is even more down the dirty rabbit hole. And that would be just as true as saying 100% of unknown is Linux. Heck, 100% of unknown could be QNX. That's just as right as saying that it's Linux. It's the worst argument point to ever exist. Look, yeah, no. Unknown is 100,000% PlayStation 5s. Yeah, that's unknown. It's so fucking stupid. Like, come on. It's fucking stupid. Let's be honest here. Let's call it what it is. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's because so the problem with Windows, this is also why Windows is never going to change to Linux, is that they have to spend a lot of money, or well, not they, but their ecosystem have to spend a lot of money rewriting a lot of software. They probably also have to use an emulation layer that then could go in and give them a lot of more issues than just sticking with Windows as it is. Here's the thing. Not only will it cost Microsoft a shit ton of money, it will cost everyone else a shit ton of money if Microsoft use the Linux kernel exclusively. Where if they stay where they are right now, it won't. Yeah, no. You're fucking right, Esnick. It's 100% OS2. Big if true. No. It's not big if true because you don't know. We're not living in a fairy tale world where unicorn is shitting fucking gold bricks down our throat. Just even thinking that way is like, what mushrooms are you on? Like, come on, like, can I get some of your LSD or what? Like, it's like dreaming, you know. Mr. Reaper. The unknown is lame always, that's true, yeah. No, it's just too much work and costs too much money for Windows to change its core. Because the whole ecosystem of Windows has to change. Not only just within Windows itself, but Adobe, everyone has to change. And it becomes too much work. And imagine the outrage from companies if Microsoft did that. They would go mental. Mental. And they may be like, yo, fuck you. And here's the thing. If that happened, and the Linux people be like, yeah, then everyone will be running Linux. No, everyone will be running Mac OS. Because most of those companies already support Mac OS. So they would just be running Mac OS. Yeah, it makes no sense to change the kernel. No fucking sense. It's one of those pipe. And here's the thing. And this is what really will fuck up Linux users is that, okay, if Microsoft changed to the Linux kernel and became open source, would you run Windows then? Because it will make it the biggest distribution in the world, and it will probably be the best gaming distribution in the world. It will probably be the best productivity machine in the world, or distribution in the world. It will also have the biggest hardware compatibility of any other Linux distribution in the world. Are you then going to run Microsoft Linux then? No, they will probably run BSD. Because now they're not special little snowflakes anymore. Now Linux has become too mainstream. And now I don't feel special. And my mom is not telling me I'm a sweet special little boy every morning anymore. So I will probably have to use Haiku or FreeBSD. Because then I can feel special and unique again. And yeah. Is there any chance to compile the kernel to games and to be better on games on individual basis, I think you mean? Yeah, but it's not really done like that. Why would it change to the Linux kernel? Windows is already like 86% of the market. Well, according to the new statistics, they are 63%. So that will change like in a month or so anyway. But yeah. But even if they were 50% of the market, they still make more money on their software than any Linux distribution do. Oh, you want to compile the kernel without a command line. That is not doable, sadly. Esnick, you cannot run Linux anymore. Linux is too big. It's about close to 3% of the desktop market. Your way is the FreeBSD. You have to go with the devil. Go to see devil. If you really want to spice it up and be unique, Haiku OS. then you're like 1 out of 2 people using it as a desktop OS. You know, okay, you said for 3%, and okay, gotcha. But if you take Chrome OS as Linux, you're already over 3%. You're close to 5%. So you have to change anyway. There will not be a powerful gaming Linux. I'm sorry to say it, MM. I don't think so. It won't happen. People don't game under Windows just because the games run there. They also game under Windows because all their fancy peripherals works on it. All their streaming software they use and all of that, all of the ecosystem works. The gaming ecosystem works under Windows. All of it. That's another point that Linux don't get. They think that people use Photoshop because they want a photo editor. No, they use Photoshop because of the ecosystem that comes with Photoshop. Anything from the training ecosystem to the educational ecosystem to the third-party support ecosystem. No, I don't think we will get any powerful gaming system on any Unix. Well, there kinda is. Let's be honest. Free BSD is being used on PlayStation. That's a powerful fucking gaming device. And I think Nintendo's using Linux in some of their devices. Like a heavily modified Linux version. But we will not see a massively powerful Linux desktop, gaming desktop. Like a traditional gaming desktop. That's not going to happen, though. Yeah, PlayStation is really powerful. They've been using FreeBSD for probably close to 20 years, if not more now. Like, people think that this Steam Deck is like a fucking wonders of the world to be the... Look, a real Linux gaming machine. Nintendo used Linux on, was it like the Nintendo 64 or something like that? They used like a modified version of Linux. That's true. It's a customized, closely knitted to the hardware OS and hardware solution. Just like the Steam Deck, by the way. But yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. You're right. And their own graphics API. Yep. And they are working really closely together with proprietary companies to keep it a secret. The Steam Deck is so successful. They just sold 2 million units. Praise the lords of Linux. Suck off some penguins' titties. We did it, people. How many how many consoles have Nintendo sold the last 2 years? Or the last year? Have you seen that there's a lot of people getting their Steam Decks are starting to fail on them? Like hardware issues. Apparently it's really badly fucking made. Oh, I think we last time we looked, I think it was last year, Nintendo Switch sold 12,000 units or something like that. In a year. Overheating issues, so I didn't know about that though. Also, it's apparently massively loud. Hey, Linux for Windows for gaming is great, man. If you want Linux only for gaming, you should get a Steam Deck. But you will have the same issues that you were having on your PC, by the way. But Holo ISO, yeah, I've heard about that, yeah. I heard people talk about it. Okay, they fixed the fan. Okay, okay. But they're getting extremely hot. Ooh. 8 million units in 2021 to 9.2 million units. Okay. Think about this. What if the Asus ROG Ally comes out and just fucking outsell and outcompete the Steam Deck in 6 months? And nobody wants the Steam Deck anymore. The Steam Deck is just... It's yesterday's news. It's not going to matter. We are It's the Ally. It's what we want. Games just once, but everything is just way better than the Steam Deck. Just imagine that scenario and then think about the Linux brains melt. I kind of want that, to be honest. Like, I know this is massively fucking mean. Like, I'm a mean like, I'm not a good person. But I kind of want something to happen that really slap the Linux community in the face with reality. So they really fucking know what's going on. And not living in that little fucking bubble of let's pretend and thinking and stuff like that. Oh, he just pre-ordered the Asus Ally. He listened to us, people. That's actually... I'm laughing at him on my Laugh At channel. The first ever video to be published on my Laugh At channel is me laughing at him. Because he listened to what we said, people. He did pre-order the Ally. Or at least his thumbnail said he did. So he listened to us. Now I'm thinking about it. Maybe I should have called my channel Laughing At. Instead of... No, Laugh At is okay. But the thumbnail would be Laughing At. Let's do it up here. So the first video that I'm going to upload and on Laugh At is me laughing at and I'm going back to like his Linux gamer days. I don't know if any of you guys can remember that he used to be called the Linux gamer. And back then, like 7 years ago, gaming under Linux was so fucking god awful that he kind of had to change direction. Then he wanted to become like a Chris Titus Tech that did like thinking videos and tutorials and news videos, and that really didn't pan out. And then the Steam Deck became a thing, and oh boy. James, you know that you're not a good troll. Just stop it, okay? Like, you need to step it up, man. You need to step it up. This is like first grade effort. First grade effort, man. Like, I miss the old internet. But Chris became successful once he realized that Linux is way too niche. Chris, oh, Child's Tech, oh yeah. Man, the trolls like in the 2000s, they were fucking amazing. Nowadays, every fucking 10-year-old think they are trolled just for farting. And Linux is too niche, man. And it's also too filled. So There's only one real way of really making it as a Linux channel. And that is if you are disregarding any knowledge about Linux and going over to the fight mode. You know, we need to win, they need to fail, they are the devil, you know, we all have to step in and be on the right side of history, as DistroTube like to call it. You know, you have to basically become treated as a religion or cult or whatever the fuck you will call it. You know, like you have to have like a core belief that Linux is like the savior to humanity to some degree. But that goes against what Linux people say, that they are really smart thinking technology people that don't want to learn anything about technology other than how bad Microsoft is, without actually talking about how bad Microsoft is. Like, have you seen a DistroTube video breaking down why Windows updates take as long as they do? Yeah, DT and eBoss Central style channels, exactly, yeah. That get just shit on things that's not Linux, because Linux is the best thing ever in the world. And then you say that Linux, and the same people saying that Linux users are smarter and they love to think and they love to learn new shit. And they are, why are they watching that shit then? That it's not educational whatsoever. Like I said, have you seen a eBoss Central video actually breaking down why Windows is bad, other than just saying it's bad because I can't read an article correctly bad? You know, have you seen DistroTube like making a video that Windows 11 is as popular as heart disease or what it is? Have he looked into why Windows is not more popular? Is there a technical reason? Is there a other reason for it? Like, Windows 11's adoption rate is in top 5. If you actually look into it, if you do your research and you look into it, it's not bad. I think either it's top 3 or top 5 within the first year in adoption rate for any Windows release. You know, it's like it's that kind of like, you Linux users say that you are intelligent, technical-minded people, and then you watch DistroTube and eBoss Central. That goes vastly against what you're telling me. Like, if you are a technology interesting person, you would be watching DJ Ware. You know, DJ Ware should have the audience that those guys have. If you believe what the Linux people are saying, that they don't care about the politics, they don't care about the drama, they don't care about the fighting and being superior, they only care about the technology and the interest in the technology. That's all DJ Ware is about. So why the fuck is he not getting more views than DistroTube, eBoss Central? Because you were lying out of your fucking ass. It's in the proof is in the pudding. It's right in front of us. You say one thing and then you go over to the fucking batshit crazy lurbers and looking at them instead. Yeah, I hate technology, yeah. I want to become with the Matrix. Become one with the Matrix. I haven't watched him since we did that reaction video. Yeah, DJ do once in a while a how-to video, but if you think about it, I think they do that to be like, hey, just so you guys know, I do know how to do some things under Linux. You know, it's like them like going out and say, you know what, I'm not totally a fucking noob. I do know how to do the basic Linux shit, okay? But let me go get back to shitting on everything that's not Linux and being a fucking brainless drone. You know? Oh yeah, DJ Ware is definitely the one to watch. Oh, skin. Lamer's getting a boner. Yeah, but definitely, yeah. DJ Ware, if like, you could get an IT career going just from watching DJ Ware's videos. You cannot become an IT professional watching DistroTube's videos. You'll be a really good Linux advocate. You'll become a really good drone. But you don't learn anything worthwhile watching his videos. They are entertaining if you're into that shit. It's how to customize Emacs. I don't even think it's that. I think it's 90% be on the right side of history. Oh, DJ Ware is if you're taking any IT courses or degrees or anything like that, DJ Ware can help you by just watching his shit. Help you get through that shit. Like, yeah, not DistroTube. Not eBoss Central. As much as they think that they are like fucking uber intelligent and know what the fuck they are talking about, they don't know what the fuck they are talking about. They don't. Yeah, you need DJ Ware and you can get an interview, yeah. True. It's so fucking crazy, man. It's so mental. It's so mental. Heck, Learn Linux TV, like, he should have more fucking views than they do. You know, like, and I'm like 50-50 with Learn Linux TV. Like, he's a little bit in the middle for me. He can be a little bit preachy sometimes. Keep It Tech is also a good channel, yeah. I just I don't know, I just never caught on to his style. I don't know why. I'd rather go over to DJ Ware. But he's an okay channel, yeah. But that, like I said, nobody can fucking beat DJ Ware. You know, it's... Keep It Techy is okay. I don't have any issue with him. Like, I don't have any issue with DistroTube or eBoss Central if they were just honest what they were about. If they were just like, okay, I'm DistroTube, I am massively biased, I am here to preach about Linux. You know, like, to some extent, flat earthers, you fucking understand flat earthers. You know what they're about. They are open about what they're about. DistroTube and all those fucking pretend Linux gurus, they are like, yeah, I've been using it for this long, I'm so fucking smart, you know, I'm the most intelligent person in the room, and then they're sitting and talking about that being on the right side of history if you're using Linux, and on the wrong side of history if you're using closed source software. Huh? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's you being an intelligent person with intelligent thoughts into the IT world. That be part of the right side of history, boys. Or not being able to fucking read an article in the right way. Like, I can't explain how many times, if you read the same article that eBoss Central is reading, his fucking video makes no sense. Makes no fucking sense. At one time, because there was a link, you may like this article also, he thought that it was the same article. That those two articles were together. It was one big article. And that it was like a citation link or something like that. No, it was just a suggestion. And they recommended two different things. They were not done by the same fucking authors or journalists. It's like on YouTube when you go in to do this, They recommend you shit. That was what that link was about. But he was, oh, no. Here you recommend this, on this one here you recommend something else. Make up your mind. It's two different people making a kind of the same article, but still not the same article. You just, like, and you are the one that we should believe knows and understand the nuances of IT and why Linux is better than Windows. You can't even fucking read an article correctly. These are the people we look up to in Linux. God fucking help me if you believe in him. DT should just put a Fox News logo. Yeah. Any news station, he should just put that on. Yeah. You're still a flat earther. You know what? You get your butt out of the door and you go watch Luke Smith. I don't give a fuck. If people want to corrupt their brains and think that makes them smart, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. Just don't come and pretend that you fucking, know more than everyone else, because if you're watching Luke Smith, you don't know any shit. The system D's not working. Why is this bad? Yeah, like Luke Smith. Luke Smith made a video, and I actually responded to it, but I didn't upload it because I was getting a little bit heated. But he said that if you were working for a proprietary company and you were an open source advocate, it was your duty. Like you need to have a duty to run Linux. But anyway, it was your duty to go into your boss and say, I am not going to work here as long as you're doing proprietary software. Like putting your family, your mortgage, your bills in jeopardy because of a fucking license. That's so fucking out of touch with reality that I can't even explain it. Again, the only place you hear that shit is Linux people. I've not seen any Windows or closed source advocate saying that if you were working for an open source company, you should go and leave your job because it was your duty to Windows and closed source software to not contributing to open source project. Actually, they're saying the opposite. Help out. Do contribute. Be part of the society. I don't understand why people can't see this bullshit. I don't get it. I really don't. I fucking don't get it, man. No, I don't want to have anything to do with eBoss Central. Don't want. I just don't. Just leave them. They just. It's like if you fuck a crazy girl just once, you've been contaminated with fucking crazy. You know, don't dip your dick in crazy, okay? Stay away from crazy. You know. That's how I feel with those kind of Linux channels. Like, don't sleep with crazy. You know, don't deal with crazy. So so here's the thing. If you want to talk to amazing, level-headed, intelligent and informative Linux YouTuber or Linux users, you find yourself an IT professional. You once dated a crazy person. I feel with you, man. That's the fun part about this Linux debate, is that the second you go out of the I'm a hobbyist and you go into the professional world and talk to people that know what the fuck they are talking about. Titus is not an IT professional. He's not a Linux professional. He's a Windows professional. If you can even call him a Windows professional. And there will always be exceptions to the rule. There will always be outliers. So, for the most part, to satisfy the one fucking nitpicky crazy person in the corner, if you want a conductive, intelligent conversation about Linux, you don't talk to Linux hobbyists. You don't talk to Linux hobbyists. You find someone that works with Linux every day. You find someone that is in the dirt every day with Linux on a professional setting. Yeah, he's not a Linux professional. Chris Tiles Tech was a Windows professional that did a little bit of Linux work. eBoss is not a Linux professional. He's a repair guy. I think he do network installs. Like, he, as far as I can gather, he just, he puts up like a network switch here and then, drag a line over the ceiling to another network switch or computer. That's like what he stopped doing. I don't know how much you would call that an IT professional. A third grader could do that. He may, make his own cable once in a while. But if you go and talk to someone that is deploying Linux servers, working as a Linux developer, 24/7 and all of that fucking shit, 9 out of 10 times, they are saying the opposite of what you see everyone on YouTube saying about Linux. When I show people, tell people at work, like developers and stuff like that, what the comments are on my videos, they barely can stand from laughing. And they're like, who the fuck are those crazy people? It's so mental, man. Yeah, but as far as I know, what he's doing like light network work. He has a mobile media promotion company, and then he does like networking cable, racking cables all over the place and putting in NUCs and network switches and stuff like that. And then I think he also has a repair shop where he repair computers. No, they're not paranoid. So most Linux desktop users, Linux for them is almost like religion. It's pro-FOSS and pro-Linux, and those over there are the devils, and we are the good guys, and they are living in a world that don't fucking exist. I think it's, if you can read, you can install Arch Linux. If you have the opportunity to read mediocre English, you can install Arch Linux. And the same with Gentoo. The problem with Gentoo is not that it's hard to use. The problem with Gentoo is that it takes a long ass time to compile shit. That's Gentoo's problem. That we need to compile shit. If you want, they also have pre-compiled packages nowadays. But back in the day, while I'm a teenager again here, back in the day, it was like Gentoo. The only thing that held people back from Gentoo was like, yeah, there's a KDE update. Yeah, I cannot use my computer the next 12 hours. That's kind of like... And nowadays, we can, like, if you're having a really beefy computer, you can fucking, you know, you can compile it. Yeah, Gentoo for me, like, yeah, it's the patience shit. It's to test how good your patience are. You know, it's really like... Try and run Slackware from 2000. No package manager. Nothing. eBoss is the bee's knees. Yeah. Oh, it says, or what, Steam Beats from Harry Seller. So the joke back in the day was that Gentoo was for people that love to watch or love to have a compiler as a screensaver. That was who Gentoo was for. People that needed a compiler as a screensaver. Yeah, Steam Beats. It's on Spotify, it's on YouTube, it's on Apple Music, and it's copyright free, music. It's always beneficial to having a Linux box. It's fun to mess with. You know, it's... This dude here makes a shit ton of money, by the way. He's also a really good musician. Yeah, it's fun. You know, it's fun. He actually he became popular on TikTok, making music videos with his wife. But yeah, I can't wait to make upload videos to this laugh at video channel. The Queen Matrix runs and compiled Gentoo. Yeah. People are crazy, man. How long has this girl been streaming now? This awful game. Why can't we see? Oh, we can see there almost 4 hours. How long have I been streaming? Well, kind of the same. Num num. I just last week, I think it was, or the week before that, I rented the extended HD version of Aliens 2. I haven't watched that in fucking years. It still holds up really well today, even though some of the fucking effects are really bad. But it's a fucking good video. Like, it's a really good movie. And here's the thing, it has a really strong female lead without you being like, oh boy, feminism, look. Like, she's just a fucking badass girl before, had to fucking emasculate men to be a badass girl. She was Like, I love the alien movies. Like, Ripley is fucking amazing, man. You know, without having to fucking preach like a fucking bitch about, oh, I'm a girl, I have titties, so you can't take me seriously. You know, it's, oh, I hate those kind of people more than Linux people, almost. I wonder why we're not getting any more no, it's not Captain America. Miss America videos. Or movies. Yeah, a real female role, yeah. I'm actually making fun of her here, Brie Larson. It's fucking batshit crazy, man. Oh, Captain Marvel, yeah, thank you. FPS RTS is back, yay. What game is this, though? What is this game? Silesia? Ah! There you go. Allow cookies. Ooh, cool. All female rock group from the early 70s. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, you don't have to fucking put politics into everything. Just be normal. You know? ABBA, you know, was that in the 80s? They were 70s and 80s. That was female, mostly driven voices, you know, like, or singers. Even though the guys did sing a little bit also. But, you know, Roxette from Sweden, mostly female singing 90% of the time. Amazingly great fucking music, you know. No fucking like, oh, down with society, my female ways are not being looked after, and then just fucking amazing music. Oh, is this one? Oh, it's Bohemia. Oh my god, it's the same people that make DayZ. Yeah, this is going to be in early access for 10 years. It is cheap though. I need to I need to get this saved. Game over. Give me a second. I need to save this on my wish list. What is it called? Silica. I actually clicks you. No. What the fuck are you doing? Fucking hell. There you go. It was starting a queue of games. Though you may like these games. No, I just want to... Oh, Steam, you bitch. Yeah, it do look a little bit like Starship Troopers, to be honest. But yeah, these are the same guys that had DayZ in fucking early access for almost 10 years, if not more. Or close to 10 years. Take on Mars. Yeah, it's Alpha Prime. Oh, that's just normal fucking, you know, women being women and angry. Like, a woman love and hate you at the same time. That's just the normal fucking state they're in. It's just like, yeah, it's just like... Reminds me a little bit of Planet Side too, to be honest. I used to watch a lot of Jack Frags back in the days when I was severely into... Oh, 6 hour, nice. Oh, we probably can't watch all of YouTube get angry with weapons. Oh, come on, dude. So here's the thing about incels. I think people become incels on purpose. Because it's not that fucking hard to get laid. Like, it's really not that hard to get fucking pussy. Take a shower. You know, don't be a creep. That's kinda it. And don't have too high standards. Yeah, I'm with Nerdbog. I don't think that Tarantino did that as a political statement either. No. But like, the problem with incels is that a lot of times when I but listen to them, is that they look like they have not showered in 10 years and they are massively creeps vibes coming out from them. And then they want to fuck a fucking supermodel. And anything under that is not okay for them. They deserve the supermodel. Yeah, we all want to fuck supermodels, but we need to be realistic here. You know, like, are we something a supermodel wants to fuck? If not, then either become someone a supermodel wants to fuck, or find someone that wants to fuck you. And it's not that difficult if you take a shower and you don't creep them out. It's that simple. There is a lot of desperate girls out there, like there's a lot of desperate guys out there. You know, it's not that fucking hard. If you lower your standard enough, it's actually really easy. There is probably right now in the city where an incel live, there is a girl that has a reputation of fucking everyone that wants to. Then fuck her. I am not saying you should do it, by the way, but hey, if you're that desperate, get a fucking shot at the doctors. You know, use 2 or 3 or 4 condoms and fuck the fucking, you know, town mattress. Incel, amazing. No. Incel is for people that is involuntarily celibate. So they want to fuck, but they can't get sex. And that sounds really weird to me, that nobody can get sex. Unless you're living in a fucking padded cell or something like that. You know, like... Yeah. Yeah, apps. Yeah, fuck it, man. Here's the thing. Go on Pornhub, okay? Go on Pornhub. Go on any fucking website that has a chat system. And you just fucking throw your dick pic or whatever to everyone in there. And there will be someone being like, yeah. I want that tiny shit in my pussy. Yeah, let's meet up. Prostitution is not legal in Denmark, no. But porn sites are. And there are people on... If you go on to fucking Pornhub, there are people in their profile description or any other fucking porn site that says willing to meet up. And a lot of them will do it for free because they're just as horny as you are. And there's Tinder and all of those other fucking things. Back in my day, we just went on a dating site and we searched for people within our own city. Oh, are you going to this pub? Yeah, let's meet up. Okay, Cupid. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. I think incels are people that are so fucking creepy and they don't understand why they are creepy. And they have like a really, really high standard that is unattainable for people in their situation. And they expect like a really, really, really well put together woman with a really good job, looks really well, take care of herself, is going to fuck a 20-year-old person that is sitting in a chair with a controller in their hand and having Doritos all over their fucking face and chest and molten Mountain Dew all over the place, and that should be their perfect mate. It makes no fucking sense. Make yourself attractable to those people, or if you can't, then you just must admit that you're not living a life they want to be part of. And you know what? That's okay. There are other people that will. But I honestly think that they sit there and they look like at the news and they're like the weather girls. It's like, oh yeah, I haven't showered in 9 days. I don't smell that bad. She will definitely fuck me, or she should fuck me because the universe owe me something. That's how they think. It's like, and then they go up like, hey lady, oh you fucking sexy. And then they just stare at her fucking tits all day and like, and it's like rubbing shoulders with her and like, yeah, let's not be creepy, okay? A 1,008 sex ratio. Well, a lot of eastern states have more women than guys. Most countries in the world have more women than guys. So statistically, you are in demand because there's less of you than there is of them. I think like Russia, Romania, and Middle Asia has like a really high guy-to-girl ratio. Or girl-to-guy ratio, sorry. Meaning that there are more girls than guys. So that means that you are the one in demand. You just have to fucking do just a little bit about it. You know, you just have to do just a tiny fucking bit. Yeah. I'm a cat. I'm a FOSS guy. I use Linux. Honestly, I think that's how some Linux people think. Like they go up to a girl and they're like, "Hey, chick. Hey, you know what? I'm all about that Emac, baby. Tiling Windows Manager. i3 for days, man. Come on, man. Kernel 6.15, 6.20 or whatever the fuck the new one is. Yeah. Pac-Man. Compiling packages. Am I getting you wet yet? Are you wet yet? Are you horny? Are you as turned on as I am? I honestly believe that they think that, some of them. That they think that like, them running Linux is like the fucking open a door to unlimited pussy. DVM for days. Come on, baby. You want to see my Linux collection? Like, come on. And while they are in bed and he's like fucking her, like, yeah, baby, I use Arts by the way. Yeah. Like, come on. That's how he boss hook up with chicks. They run away and they call the cops. Yeah. Fucking hell, man. Hey, you sockless, please suck me. Yeah. Gecko Linux. Yeah, I tried Gecko Linux. It's okay. I don't see any reason to use it over normal openSUSE. But that's just me. Yeah. I recorded a video. I don't know if I should put it up. I could put it up here, where I learn about Sigma males. It's over an hour long, where I look up what a Sigma male is, and it's like the most stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Depending on who you ask, they are different things, and then the same thing. Like, they are contradicting themselves within like 2 minutes of talking. So you are a social butterfly, but also a lone wolf. Okay? You are antisocial, but massively social. Yeah. Okay. You know, stuff like that is like, cool. I like it has some of the stuff out of the box. Yeah, but I just do it manually. That's called bipolar. No. That's called Sigma males. And again, depending on who you ask, they have different also characteristics. You want to know if something is bullshit? If it applies to the majority of people. Like, if you can see yourself in everything they say, and most of them say it's probably bullshit. Or if it's not an official diagnosis. Or not diagnosis, but scientific designation that's scientifically agreed upon that is a thing. Sigma male is not a thing. Alpha males is or alpha characteristics is a thing. Sigma males is not. It's something the internet made. I think Sigma male is something that autistic, lonely people made up, because a lot of autistic people could be categorized as alpha males then. Or not alpha males, Sigma males. Because they have a lot of the same traits. Either bipolar or social awkward or social anxiety. People with social anxiety and autism fits really well into the Sigma category. From you know, video, if you go watch videos about 6, 10, 8, 9 signs that you're a Sigma male, you basically need to be antisocial and autistic. that will cover like 90% of the traits that you need to have. So I think it's just a group of fucking autistic people that is like, you know what? We need a cool name. We hate being called autistic. Let's call ourselves Sigma males. Maybe that will give us some pussy. You know, it's like... And then they don't give a fuck about females, but they treat them well on the other hand also. They're really difficult to get into and learn to be, you know, to get close to. But when you're close to them, they will treat you like a queen. Yeah. Again, it would be a really good video for this channel right here to upload to this one here, because they almost make Linux people seem normal. Almost make Linux people seem normal. There's so many. What the fuck? There's something else. There's Sigma males. There's something else also. Fuck, I can't remember the other one. And then one video say that Sigma males and alpha males hate each other. And then another channel is saying that Sigma male and alpha males love each other. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what situation you're in. You know, you can show alpha traits in one social surroundings and beta, gamma, whatever the fuck it's called, in other social gatherings. It's a spectrum, or it's situational. You know, it's fucking weird. If you do Sigma, you gotta also do how alpha males are narcissistic jerkbags. Who say they are that? You're drinking snaps, yeah. Who's saying that alpha males is narcissistic jerkbags? That's something I thought they would say that psychopath is. No, alpha and beta is something also used in the animal kingdom. It has like it has like a scientific meaning to some degree. You know, it's a way of explaining a dynamic within a group setting, for example. And it don't have to be men, it can also be females. And it's been used for God knows how many years. Sigma male is the internet just being the internet. You put a narrative spin on all of those alpha, beta, sigma males. Well, like I said, alpha and beta is like used in the animal kingdom to describe a setting or dynamic within a group of, well, animals and also people. But that don't mean that you are, because you're an alpha in this situation, or you're taking control, or whatever you will call an alpha is doing in this situation. That don't mean that then, okay, you're an alpha all the time, or you now are only an alpha, or whatever the fuck, however you will say it. Like, you can never be anything else but an alpha. Depends, it's like, like I said, sigma males is not being used other than on the internet, or basically other places than YouTube, to be honest. I don't know who the fuck came up with it, but I only see it on YouTube and then teenagers in comment sections. Where at least to hear about alpha and beta and stuff like that when we're talking about dynamic within a group setting. And that originated in the animal kingdom. I'm only a warthog. Oh, so you are like... You're the beta boy. You're the bottom bitch. You RP fool human. It's just... It probably comes down to insecurity. It's people that are insecure that want to look cool. They feel that they don't fit in with the alpha and the beta, and they don't understand what alpha and beta is, so they want to be something more unique and more desirable or powerful because they are insecure, so they make up this sigma shit. And I have never met a girl that is like, Can you take a personality test? Because if you're not an alpha, I'm not going to fuck you. I'm not going to fuck you if you're not a beta. No. If you have traits that she finds attractive, that's why she will fuck you. And some of those traits can be perceived as either one or the other, but that don't mean that you are one or the other. I want my girlfriend to be alpha. You want to be the bottom bitch then. You want to be the person that's not in control. Then just go over and tell her to fucking step it up, bitch. Come on, man. Get up with it, man. Why do I have to make all the decisions? He wants a dominatrix, yeah. But what kind of femdom do you want? Like, physical, psychological, money? What kind of area of your life do you want to be dominated in? That's a whole nother fucking sub thing to go into. Like the craziest thing that is like those people that are into like financial domination. It's like, what? It's just a girl just like, hey, you fuckface, send me $1,000 right now. You fucking worthless piece of shit. And then, yes, my mistress. And then he sent her like $1,000. Like, what? Like, hey, come and pay for my groceries, you worthless piece of fucking shit. And he's just running and like, how can that be a turn on? But hey, yeah, who knows? There's someone who gives me forehead kisses. That's not being an alpha. That's just, you want to be shown appreciation in a different way. Just tell it to her. Just say it like, hey, I'd like if you would kiss my forehead. I find it comforting, I will call you mom every time you do it and get a bone. I know, but you get what I'm saying. Like, Just tell her that you like that. You'll find that really desirable. You know. I'm sure she wants to do it. Maybe she likes it also. You know. Maybe she will kiss you and say, "Have you been a good boy today, my son?" Maybe that's what you're into. You know. Did mommy go get you some chocolate? Yeah, mommy. And then she comes in with her tits out while she's serving you chocolate. Just tell it to her, man. But that's how Layman, this girl here, is doing it every time, man. They have their own fucking dungeon of delight, where Layman's getting fisted left, right, and center. And if he's really been a bad boy, no lube or anything. You know. That's also something that's really fucking weird, that this whole, like, mommy thing. Some guys get turned on by calling their girlfriend mommy, mom, and... Yeah, that's next level, man. Like, look at her fucking fists, man. She can definitely give him some appreciation for the connection between his buttholes. Like, if she's going mental, those butt cheeks are fucking singing the songs of pain, though. But yeah, the whole, like, mommy thing is fucking weird to me also. The weirdest thing is dick pic. I still want to know who was the first ever to send a dick pic to someone. And then be like, hey, this fucking worked. Let's all send dick pics to everyone. Like, I just want to meet the first guy standing with his phone in his hand, be like, I have a cam on this shit. I am definitely going to get laid if I'm sending her my dick. And then actually getting laid. Yeah, dick pics and pussy pics, that's right, yeah. No, women are not complicated. No, they're not. I will say that boob pics are really popular. You know, definitely some 60-year-old, who knows? Like, boob pics are really popular. Like, the top part of a woman is quite popular to be sent. And I have experienced some toy play pictures. It's not uncommon either. Yeah, boobs and butt. Yeah, butts. Yeah, they like to send butt pictures also. Yeah, butt pictures, yeah. But that's more for Instagram, though. Well, if it's naked butt pictures, that's another thing, yeah. But it's mostly boobs. What the fuck is that? Like, can I show that on YouTube? Archaeologist discovers first known dick pic. Yeah, the scoop news, this sounds a little bit fake, but yeah. It could just have been a kid playing around with some fucking crayons or something like that. Oh yeah, ankle and feet are really, like, it's a massive fucking kink. You know, feet, legs and ankles and feet. Like, legs do, I do like me some good legs. Like, not going to lie, like a good fucking butt and leg, you know, all of that put together, yeah. That can look sexy, don't get me wrong. But, like, a lot of people are into feet also, which is really weird. And side boobs. You know, side boobs is also massive. Yeah, legs is a good thing to have on a girl. Like it's a good, like it gives you some leverage when you're doing your, you know, your thing. I like for me, everything has to fit together. So I see girls at the gym that only train their fucking ass, and they have this massive big ass, and then they have like an upper body like a 12-year-old. That just looks weird. And then there are girls that only train the fucking upper body, and they have the fucking underbody like a 12-year-old. It all has to kind of work together. But I the only thing I don't like that much, I could be without a feet. Like, I'm not like a feet guy. But anything else, I can see something sexy in, to be honest. Not my side boob, but hers, yeah. Oh, this is not monetized. I never monetize my live streams, so that's not an issue. No feet, no. The whole feet fetish thing has never been something I've been massively into either. I can understand it a little bit. Like, I can see why they could think it, maybe. I don't know, but it's not like when I see a bare feet, I'm like, yeah, I need some towels. I'm just like, yeah, there's some feet. And some have better looking feet than other people have, and that's kind of it. Some is less hairy than other people's. But yeah, other than that, I couldn't give a fuck. That reminds me, my feet is itchy, but... But, yeah. People have some weird-ass fucking crazy things going on in their brain, I guess. It's, yeah. Furries I never understood either. But I think that's because I'm the age I am. It's something that's kind of new still. Each compliment the person isn't sexual in itself. There are some people that find that highly arousing. Nice hips, yeah, I can see that being attractive, yeah. I can see that being attractive. I get it depends on the girl. Some girls, it's actually, they are way more pretty if they have, a little bit more on their body in all places than other girls have. It depends on their height and their build and all of that shit. Some looks good with narrow waist, some looks good with not so narrow waist, some look good with the, that's a little bit choppy, and some just look better not being choppy. It's really weird like that. One tool for everything. Is this Chris Titus Tech learning C#? Let's see what good old Chris Titus Tech is up to. Custom Windows image. Atlas OS warning. Titus Pi. Tiny 11 infected. Oh my god, who knew? Who would imagine that to happen? Place Google font. Oh well, he is doing more on Twitch though. That's right. More cushion for the push. It depends on the girl. Depends on the girl. It depends on how she's built. Like her frame. you know. Oh, he has a gaming channel also. Yeah, it depends on the symmetry, yeah. I've tried them all, man. I've tried small, slim, really slim girls, and I tried, you know, chubby girls, and yeah, I like them all. The Vice Saga, yeah. Not always, not always. I've known some kinky slim girls, man. Go is better than Rust. Oh god, that's going to be. Vinutil, is that the tool that he's working on? Oh, 8 months ago. Tech Talks. Current state of so here's the thing. Let me be a fat guy talking about this here. Okay, so we're watching old people kiss each other, apparently. Okay, Fawn. Like, don't get me wrong, he's doing way more than I'm doing for his health right now, and that's also way better. But, first of all, that's not proper fucking pull-ups. That can lead to a shit ton of fucking hurting in the long run. Push-ups are kinda okay. Yeah, they're also okay. But the pull-ups are fucking... That's just a fucking accident waiting to come. The same with her. This is why people hate CrossFit. Because they're doing shit like that. Look. This here can fucking get muscles put into places they should not be in that can hurt a lot. Form matters. Push-ups, yeah. She's definitely not doing proper push-ups. She is a little bit better. Again, okay, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, he's using his legs. And that means that he's not building up his fucking muscles in the back, and that means the same here. That when you're not using your muscles right, you can hurt them. That's why form is important. No. So, wrong pull-ups equals higher chance of injury. Proper pull-ups means lesser chance of injury. When it comes to working out, especially if you're not 20 years old, we are now talking about a massive increase in injury risk here. Especially also if you're not in massively good shape to begin with, which they probably are not. So if you already have built up a massive fucking bag of muscles, there's less of a chance of something bad happen. But if you're cheating like this and you then do a proper pull-up after you cheated, or you cheat a couple of times and you're doing a proper pull-up by mistake, and your body's not strong enough to do it, you can pull a muscle. Because now your muscle is going from doing 50% of the work to doing 90% of the work from 1 second to another. And it's not building up strength. This is not building up back muscle strength. It's just building up momentum in his legs. It's getting him a good cardio. But there's other more safe ways of getting cardio. When it comes to exercises, doing something and not doing it correct is not better than doing it correct. And I can get you to talk to 10,000 fucking personal trainers that will give you the exact same explanation, because those are the ones that told it to me. You have no idea how easy it is to hurt yourself. Like, I have watched someone tear a knee from doing an exercise and having his foot turned 1 centimeter in the wrong way. 1 centimeter. And basically almost blowing out his knee. With almost no weights on them. Yeah, planks are fucking hard, yeah. And that's what can happen here. If you don't have proper form and you do one bad movement, because that's not gatekeeping. That's not gatekeeping. There is a reason why there is a science in working out. There's a reason why people are teaching you how to work out properly. It's to prevent injury. If this was a good gym, we have a CrossFit gym in my town. They would never be allowed to do pull-ups like that in the CrossFit gym in my town. Because they know this can lead to injuries. And they know that it can lead to injuries really fast. And it's not proper pull-ups. You don't need... So to get hurt in a gym, you don't need to lift a lot of weight. You just need to have a bad form. It's that fucking easy. It's that easy. I've hurt my arms lifting 2 kilograms. I hurt my back from taking something down a wall that weighed 500 grams. Because I thought it weighed... I think I thought it was heavier than it was. So I was using a lot of force to take it off the wall. And when I took it was a holding mechanism for an engine. And it looked like solid metal. And I thought this weighed at least like 2 or 3 kilograms. So I put my hand on it and I used a lot of force to take it off the wall, which resulted in me doing like a really fast upward motion with my hands. And because I still have a little bit of weight in my hands, it pulls something in my back. No, beginners don't need pull-ups, that's also true. It's so fucking easy to get hurt without proper form. And if you are working out in a gym or anywhere and they don't look out for your form, you should not go there. Because we are talking injuries here. And if you get injured working out, you're more than likely not going back to working out. But this is typically American fucking, look here, bad form. So what she should have done here is put her knees down to the floor and do the the push-ups. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing. You're not doing this to see how many, full pull-ups you can do. You do this to exert your muscles as much as possible. So when you can't do proper pull-ups anymore, put your knees to the ground and do, sissy pull-ups, as we call them here in Denmark. It's okay. It's okay. This is not a competition of who can do most correct pull-ups or full pull-ups or push-ups, sorry. So this here, this is not him being in shape, this is him being thin. This is him being thin. This is him not eating a lot. He's not in specifically good shape, he's just lean. He's just lean. maybe a little bit, I would call it average, maybe a tiny bit overweight, but he's just lean. This is how a teenager will look like if they work out for like 6 months and not really doing anything other than losing weight. This is just him being lean. Not much more. He could be working out there, I have no fucking idea. But yet this here, that's not good. So, why can't we see a why can't I, what is the slowest speed we can do? This is this slowness? So if you look here, look what he's doing here. So he's pushing his body that way. So he's overextending his chest muscles, which is a really, really good way of getting hurt. Let's see if I can catch that again. Extending. And now he's pushing his legs out, that extending the back side of his hip, the back muscle you have up there. Again, if that's not... Right now he's warmed up and shit like that, but if he's not properly warm and whatnot, and this is again not proper form, can really, really hurt him. There he was going this way out. Again, overextension and blah, blah, blah. You get what I'm coming at here. What he should be doing is going up like this. Like he should be parallel with the with these things here. And this is not his fault. Let me be clear here. This is not his fault. This is the gym having bad, well, management. There should be a teacher or an instructor going over to them and say, I have taught them how to do it the right way. Because if they did proper pull-ups, they could not do the same amount of pull-ups. At all. It would be like... He could probably do a third of what they're doing like this. And this is why a lot of people don't like CrossFit, because it's all about reps instead of form. And that's also why CrossFit has the highest rate of injuries per people doing it. Maybe less than a third, yeah. Like I could do pull-ups like this. I could do more than one pull-ups like this. Because I'm not really using my muscle, I'm using momentum. And if I was not warmed up, they probably are warm right now, so they have a lesser chance of injury, sorry. But this here, this is basically instructors being really bad at that job. This is not their fault, it's their instructor's fault. And yes, I have trained people before, by the way. I know I'm a fat motherfucker, but yeah, I have. So here again, using force to get up. If his biceps has to really work here, he will get a fucking problem. And also, you don't need to kiss, you just need to chin over it. You don't need to kiss the fucking floor or ceiling. Look at it again. This is probably where I have the biggest issue, where you're overextending your chest. If you are not warmed up and stuff like that, but still. And see, now he's getting tired. And you see, they all are doing it. They're also doing it over there. Look, if you can see there. Yeah, and he needs to put his legs, his knees into the ground also. He's aching too much there. I've seen too many people get hurt in these situations that's not even funny. Hey, Lewis. Look, this is fucking mental. Look. She's almost fucking banging her head into the... Like, look at how she almost is slamming her head into the fucking bar there. Look. She barely... She saw, like... That's why this is also dangerous, is that... Had she just, like, gone 2 centimeters closer to the bar because she's swinging her body, she's no control over her body, she could have been fucking blown her teeth out, man. I was about to say titties, but she could have been, you know, like, biting into this bar with her teeth. This is so bad. Like, these instructors, look. These instructors at this gym should fucking get their license revoked. They just need to have one bad day to hurt their body, man. Yeah, she needs to put her legs, her knees into the ground. But yeah, they are doing something. I will agree with that, but it's not better than not having proper form. And especially if you're like his age and my age, we need to really think about form. Look, he's doing the same shit again. Look, wink. Like, you can see how much cheating going on here. Have you ever seen the CrossFit Games pull-ups? Like... It's so fucking funny to watch. It's tumbleweed, and it's not my daily driver. Look. This is not even a fucking pull-up. This guy OE Fitness is fucking funny as shit, by the way.
Sports have no friends. It's a mix of cardio, strength training, and talking about CrossFit.
At this pull-up bar.
And all of these athletes are amazing athletes, so they can bust out 50 pull-ups, you know, without stopping at all anyway.
So he was saying CrossFitters can do 50 pull-ups straight, 1 repetition for each IQ points they have. And most of them have families and babies, which shows that not only their pull-up game is weak, but also their pull-out game. And cheating is what they do best.
Clearly has thought this out very well. He's doing sets of 5.
So
5 sets.
He's almost... his chin is not even over the bar. It's parallel with the bar, which is not really a pull-up.
Of no gains, obviously. The only time someone will marry a CrossFitter is just to file for divorce. They have 99 problems and pull-ups are every single of them. Here is a funny clip of a boy who shows off his strength to his classmates. He looks like a 12-year-old boy with the strength of a 40-year-old powerlifter who dressed up for a job interview as a manager of Home Depot. When he lifts up his friends, he gets great respect, but watch how he drops the bar.
Shit.
It looked like the vertebra of the kids popped out of their mouth one by one, like a pest dispenser.
Oh god, that's not good. Yeah, this channel is fucking funny as balls, by the way. He's making fun of all the bullshit going on in the fitness industry. How people are using oil in their body and what have you not is fucking funny as shit. How fake a lot of it is. Like, look at this fucking shit here, man. Yeah, it's fucking mental. There's so much bullshit going on. Like this here. There's so much bullshit going on in the fitness industry. It's not even funny. And this is the crazy part of it when we talk fitness, is that people get massively hurt because of this. That's probably the biggest problem here. People die from injecting all of these oils into their fucking muscles and lifting weight and get fucking unable to work or walk correctly for the rest of their life because they do bad shit, crazy workouts. You know, it's so fucked. Like, we are talking about life here, you know, life quality and being able to actually have a good life. That's probably the worst thing about this whole fitness industry, is that you see all of these fucking Instagrammers go out and do all these crazy fucking stunts, and they are just like, what? They are lucky that they don't get fucking hurt. Yeah. And he's calling them out. He's calling them out for doing bad shit, crazy shit. Because it's like stuff like this here. This is like, he's barely moving the bar, man. Yeah, when bad form is the norm. Look. Ah, fucking ads. Look, it's like Chris Titus Tech in girl form, just way better looking, by the way. I do have premium. I'm just not logged in. Look. Oh, I thought he was about to kick her in the face, but yeah. What is he doing? Caesar salad. I had someone I trained with. He was cheating so fucking much when he was training. And he was lifting a lot of weight, of course, because he was cheating. And then there was this... It was like my age now, and we were like in the mid-20s or something like that. And he went up to my body and he was like, "You're strong." Yeah, look at and he looked strong. Okay. I bet you can lift like 50% of the weight that he was lifting. I bet you can lift them 10 times. Oh, look how many lifted. No. Lift them 10 times as I'm doing it. He couldn't even fucking lift them 5 times in the proper way. With proper form. And you're only cheating yourself, because without... So here's the thing. If you want to be stronger, the best way to get stronger is proper form. Because you are working the right muscles the right way. It's also the best way to get bigger, proper form. Because you work the muscles in the right way. You're not working other muscles you should not be working. Like when you're doing pull-ups and you're using momentum, you're basically not using your fucking back at all. You know, like, it takes the purpose out of the exercise. But yeah, he's doing something. I just wish he didn't want to hurt himself doing it. Like, I don't like the guy, but I don't want him to get hurt just because he wants to get healthy again. But a lot of people make excuses because they want the easy way out. And they're just cheating themselves. And potentially hurting themselves. Which is like... That have not... Like that... If you went to my family gym that, you know, is like for families and shit like that, and they saw that, they will not allow you to continue to train like that, because they could end up being reliable for you getting injured. OE Fitness, I think his name was. OE Fitness. I think he's from Romania, something like over there. Yeah, OE Fitness, yeah. There's also another guy called... Oh, what the fuck is he called? He's like... He has a PhD in... Here. Swedish Sports Science. He also do some of those videos, but this dude is educated in fitness and muscle. Like if you want to know how your body works and how you do the things that you need to do to, you know, get strong and healthy and shit like that, you watch this channel here. More Plates, More Dates is also a good channel. But like he has video, like this dude here is kind of the DJ Ware of fitness. Like he would sit down here and explain the science of fat loss. Like how your body reacts to different exercises and blah, blah, blah. Muscle growth down to like a fiber level, what, you know, amino acids is doing and why and then and that, and, you know, how to maximize muscle growth, new research. Like he's reading research papers on why these things is. If you're more of like an old school guy, body building. Oh, I can't remember his full name, but he used to be giving like Arnold Schwarzenegger's advice and stuff like that. Jerry, here. This guy here, he knows what the fuck he's talking about. What the fuck is his name? Jerry, this is to us. This guy also talks supplements, like what vitamins works, what don't, and what they're good for health-wise and stuff like that. I would say he's more like the DJ Way of fitness, this guy here. And all of this is based on science. And, you know, God knows how many years experience he has as a bodybuilder. Oh yeah, fake weight videos, yeah. Like he takes all of the bullshit out of like, yo, you should do this, you should eat this, and blah 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 blah. Like he will tell you what works and what won't work. So back in the day of Arnold Schwarzenegger and stuff like that, they all went to him for advice on how to train and what to eat, what to take. And him and the Swedish Sports Science, they kind of break it down on a scientific level, backed up by research papers and current science, what it actually says. So you're getting, yeah, no, he also talks about steroids. That a lot of people are misusing them nowadays. They don't even need to take the amount. That's the issue with you know, supplements, you know, enhancement drugs, is that people think more is better. No, it's dependable. Everything you take, from food to supplements, only works as well as you work out, as much effort you put in. In the end, it all depends on how much effort you're willing to put in. Will supplements make it a little bit easier for you? Yeah, but you will only get like a 10% benefit out of it or something like that. And that is if you're like an elitist fucking athlete. Like, if you go to your local gym and you see people working out, no matter how fucking big they look, most of them are working out at like 60% of their maximum capacity. All the time. Basically, they're having a good old time. They're getting 60% out of the workouts. Really few are actually working out like they're working out. And that means that you're wasting a lot of time in the gym, you're wasting a lot of potential, and again, you're not putting in the work. It's the same with like pre-workout. It makes no sense to take pre-workout if you're not pushing yourself to the max already. You might as well just take a cup of coffee to get, you know, your adrenaline going and stuff like that. And most of the shit in pre-workouts don't work anyway. Like, it's scientifically proven that the only thing that really works in pre-workouts are B12 and caffeine. You know? And you might as well just take a fucking caffeine pill before you go and work out and an energy drink. Yeah, like one of the biggest bodybuilders in the world, or most successful bodybuilders in the world, he has a slogan that says, everyone wants to be a bodybuilder, but nobody wants to lift heavy ass weights. Everyone wants to get thin, everyone wants to get lean, everyone wants to lift heavy shit. They don't want to put in the work. And then they start to take supplements because they think, okay, if I take supplements, I don't need to do the work. It's the akin of someone learning how to do hello world and know what to build up a function in a programming language, and then think that they can now become a senior programmer. Or it's the people that are watching Zero to Heroes programming videos and now want to have like a senior development job where they are project leaders in development. So they do the absolute minimum to get an idea of what they are doing, and then they want to jump to being a professional. Those are the people that goes to like supplements like a crazy and stuff like that. It's people that are like, I'm at the gym, I am lifting shit, and I'm getting a little bit sweat on my forehead, but that's only it. They like, if you're working out, you should not be able to fucking do much like at all for a little while when you're done. Like, you should be sitting on the bench and like, yeah, I'm fucking like, I can't barely move for like a couple of minutes. But you don't do that all the time. Some days you work light, some days you work hard. But in general, it should not be like you go to the gym and then you can run a fucking marathon right after. Like, you need to be fucking like Superman to be able to do that. Or be like in massive good shape. Most people cannot do that. Yeah, synthol, that's the one that people are putting into their muscles to get bigger. But if you want to learn about the science behind food and supplements, this guy is the guy to go to. He's like fucking amazing. I used to watch a lot of his shit when I had more. Well, I watched them in batches. And again, coming from a science viewpoint. And again, this guy here will also tell you what exercises work and what don't work at the gym. Like the Sweaty Sports Science guy. If you want to make sure that you don't get hurt, how to make sure you don't get hurt at the gym. What exercise to look out for. What is the most injury-prone exercises at the gym. And so on and so on. Why it's harder to build muscle after past 40. Oh, I need to watch this one then. It's basically just testosterone, but yeah. But again, it's not massively harder to build muscle after 40. It's like 50 maybe it becomes like massively hard. After 40 it's just like a little bit harder. Not like it's impossible, it's just a little bit harder. And then it gets, you know, harder and harder and harder the older you get. But around 40 is kind of where men start to lose their natural testosterone. And actually at 35 for some people. And then there are some people that can fucking build muscles when they are 60. And 70, that's the Arnold Schwarzeneggers of the world. And again, genetics. Genetics have a lot to play in this also. In general fitness. What you are prone to be good at and not good at. Only Linux can do this. Okay. Well, if you train, the earlier you start to train, the easier it is to maintain muscle and build muscle. Yeah, that's correct. But like when you get like up in the 50s, it starts like if you're not getting like hormone replacement therapy, which is legal in the States, by the way. If your doctor think you need it and they measure your testosterone level, and you're under the recommended levels, you can get them basically replenished, or you can top yourself off. It's not as difficult, but it's still, of course, it's more and more difficult the older you get. But if you already are fit, or you have built muscle up at a young age, or in your 30s and 40s, stuff like that, it's not as difficult because your body kind of remembers that you have built up muscles, if that makes sense. Muscle memory is a thing. It's a scientific thing. So I think the papers say that if you have built muscles up and you lose them, you build them back up something like 5% faster than if you have never built them up, have never worked out before. So if you go to the gym for like 5 years and you don't go to the gym for 5 years, and you go back to the gym, you will get back to your previous level 5% or something. I can't remember the percent, but you'll get to your previous level faster than if you have never worked out before. But of course, age and genetics plays into that. And of course, if you also get hormone replacement therapy, you have the benefit of having proper test levels in your body, which will also aid you in keeping and maintaining muscle. I'm not locked in on this. I'm not locked in. So my recommendations here is vastly depending on what I'm looking at a certain day. So if I log in tomorrow on my VM here and I look at booby streamers, it will come in my recommendation because I'm not logged in. It's just what in this session here, what am I looking at? What have we looked at today without closing the browser? That's what it's looking at. But yeah, if you build muscle up, the younger you build them up and the more muscle you build up, the more you will keep over the years. Because you have more muscles to take away or lose to get, if that makes sense. SUSE is not unpopular, it's just underrated. That's not unpopular. Unpopular would be like canonical Ubuntu, where people don't like it. It's just not really known or recognized as a worthwhile distribution, and that comes down to just bad marketing. Bad marketing. Bad marketing. Bad marketing. I know it sounds weird, but they're not putting themselves out there. Well, openSUSE used to do a lot with the community and for the community. They still kind of do, but other people do more of it. How often do you see the head guy from openSUSE being in interviews with big YouTube channels? Heck, Mark Shuttleworth just did an interview with Big Daddy Linux or something like that. It's not specifically a well-known Linux channel. Canonical has always been out there in the community with people. openSUSE you don't see that much of, to be honest. They're kind of just standing in the background and just do whatever they want to do or whatever they're doing. And that's why. That's why. If they were more engaging with, YouTubers, and they are kind of active on Twitter, but Twitter is kind of not where nerds hang out. They need to go out on YouTube and be more engaged with the YouTube community, if you ask me. That's where the majority of nerds hang out, or boom. They are a little bit on Reddit, but again, they need to do a lot more than what they're doing right now. I don't even know if they have a community manager. Canonical at least used to have that, and have that for many, many years. Alan Proby was one of them at some point, No. They have been kind of stable with that, but there was a time where they got bought out by different people, yeah, in a short while. But that's because they are a publicly traded company. So that's I think that they are a publicly traded company, and it's just a matter of people buying out their, stock. Superman was never real. Is that Ben Affleck? It makes there's no financial reason for Microsoft to buy a Linux distribution. Microsoft is dominating the server market. Microsoft is dominating the desktop market. Why should they buy out something that is 3% of the desktop market when they are 60+%? Sometimes 80% of the desktop market. Or why should they buy out someone on the server market when Linux is only like 15 or 17% of the server market, generalized server market? Like, if you take all the operating system on every imaginable server in the world, Linux is about 17%. It makes no sense for Microsoft to buy a Linux distribution, because they are already beating Linux in every way, shape, and form. Where they don't need to buy a Linux distribution to get better subsystem for Linux. Linux distributions like Ubuntu, like Canonical with Ubuntu and Red Hat, and all those people are already helping them. Yeah, that's Azure. It's called Azure. A part of Azure is that they have a Linux distribution. They had that since 2002 or 3 or something like that. Microsoft don't need to do anything towards Linux, because Linux is not a threat to them. I know everyone wants to think that, but they are not. Even on the gaming market, if you go up and look this month's gaming statistic, Windows is at 96%. Like everything else, like if you're 96% of a market, like you can cough one day and lose more percentage of a market because you coughed than the rest have. And this is what should really scare Linux people, because Microsoft is, I think, this month they're at 63%. Last month they were at 70% or something, 72%. Let's just say they lost 10% of the market share this month. That's 2 or 3 times more than Linux desktop market share Windows have lost in a month. That means that Linux's market share, total market share on the desktop, could end in a month or less than that. Think about that. If someone can lose 10% in a month, and they will get back up there, like Microsoft are going to get back up there. This has happened many times before. Microsoft have been like, I think at one point, 59% or something like that. They will get up again. But if you're a Linux fan and you're looking your 5%, let's say 5% of the desktop market to take Chrome with them, and that's overballing it a lot. That means that the whole market share of Linux could be lost in a day or so, really easily. Like losing 5% in a market is really fucking easy. Losing 50% of your market standing, 40%, 30%, 20%. You need to really fucking fuck up to lose that many customers at one time. It will go on for a couple of months. Losing 2, 3, 4, 5% can be done in a day. In a day. Really fucking easily. And I think that's one of the reasons why Linux users want to say that Linux is bigger than it is, because they understand that being that small of a desktop market means that they are one bad far away from not having a desktop market. And that's scary. It's scary to be, like, it is scary. Come on. Of course it's scary. It would be scary for everyone. You know. And if you are a fan of Linux, yeah, it is scary. Azure Active Directory is a good thing. It fucking works well. Well, Linux lack a fundamental thing that Linux apparently don't seem to understand, and that's ecosystem. And the only people that understand that Linux needs an ecosystem is Red Hat, SUSE, and Canonical. But here's another thing we have to remember, that Canonical is competing with Red Hat and SUSE. Red Hat is competing with SUSE and Canonical. Elementary OS is competing with Ubuntu. Ubuntu is competing with Debian, even though it's based on Debian, or whatever you will say it. Linux distributions are competing with each other for users, while also competing with Windows and Mac OS and FreeBSD and stuff like that. Which in of itself is really fucking crazy. It's really crazy. So there are people not wanting to use Red Hat anymore. They're not going to SUSE or Ubuntu. They may go to Windows. You know, because the Red Hat ecosystem has something that the SUSE ecosystem don't have, and the Canonical ecosystem don't have. And if you go down on a desktop level, why do people like Windows? The ecosystem. Everything that comes with Windows. All of the extra bells and whistles, the accounts, the additions, the softwares, the peripheral support, the third-party software, all of that is why people use Windows. It's not just because of Windows. It's people actually don't use Windows. They use Windows because it provides them a platform to use every other thing that they want to use. So they use Windows because they like these specific games. They use Windows because they like these specific software. They use Windows because they like these specific peripherals and so on and so on. That's why they use Windows. And Linux gave them the same opportunities, running the same things, not alternatives, the same things. They would have been choosing Linux. Windows is just a delivery platform. Like YouTube, for lack of better words. Windows is nothing more than YouTube delivering other third-party ecosystems to its customers. And that's what Linux forgets. They think people use Linux and Windows, Linux and Windows because of the operating system. No, it's a delivery platform. Just like Chrome or Firefox is a delivery platform to the internet. And most people don't really give a fuck what browser they are using, as long as they can do whatever they want. Windows is just a delivery platform. And again, it delivers a massive ecosystem. Yeah, network connects or chocks are good, yeah. And Linux and the open source community, they think that people use Windows because they want Windows, they like Windows, and they think they're using Photoshop because they like the photo editor, Photoshop. No, they use Photoshop because of the Adobe ecosystem. Like I've said many times before, training, plugin support, educational ecosystems, all of that comes with being part of the Photoshop Adobe ecosystem. Of course, Linux can lose market share even if you choose to. Like, here's the thing. If people choose to use Linux, they can easily choose not to use it also. Because that means that there's nothing that forces them to use Linux, if for lack of a better word, or requires them to use Linux. So they are way more volatile than having a platform where, well, I can't do my work on other platforms. I am dependent on this platform. Not a lot of people are dependent on Linux on the desktop. Like you said, they're coming because they want to, but they don't need to. So that means that if they don't want to anymore, and it's really easy to get people to not want to use your systems, or at least easy enough that 2% don't want to use your system. We have seen market share fluctuations over 2% in a stock just because someone used a wrong name they didn't like, or hired a person they didn't like. I don't want to test Tally's Linux. It's like it has no use case for desktop other than think that you are more secure. If you cannot make any Linux distribution as secure as Tally Linux, you don't know Linux or security. So why should I use it? Why should I be depending on someone telling me what to do when the premise of using Linux is that I'm a smart and educated person? Tally's Linux makes sense on a USB device if you're going into a corporate setting and you want to do some forensics, for example, or you want to test your cybersecurity, or if you want to see if the detection tool, if an employee is doing things he should not be doing, is working. Why else should I be using it? You know, like, it makes no sense. Yeah, sleep well, Nerdbug. Same, like I see a lot of people like, oh, if you're doing pen testing and security testing, you have to use Kali Linux. No. You can get the same tools on any Linux distribution. You don't need Kali Linux. You can use any Linux distribution you want. Again, just shows how little they actually understand about this thing that they're trying to talk about. Oh. Sun Tzu. Again, if you know what you're doing, you can set up an Ubuntu ISO in, I don't know, 15 minutes with the same tools on. So is it that much more convenient? I don't know. And then you are getting the tools that you need and not all of the extra things that comes with Kali Linux that you may not need. You may not need forensic tools, but only penetration tools, and so on and so on. So if you are in a place with limited download capacity, for example, could make more sense. Nothing is better. Nothing is, again, that's a limited mindset to go in with. What is better? It depends on what you like to use, what tools set distribution brings that the other don't. It depends on, well, do you like the look of one over the other, for example? So if you don't understand the difference between Ubuntu Server and the Ubuntu Desktop with GNOME on it, you need to educate yourself, because those are two really different things. Ubuntu Desktop comes with a lot of other shit in the back end that Ubuntu Server don't come with. That makes desktop Linux more convenient. That you also have to add in. And if you want to do that, be my guest. But they are two massively different distributions. So here we are talking about building something up from the ground up versus just downloading 2 programs or 4 programs. That's really different. There's a difference between building a whole system up or just adding 2 or 4 programs to an existing system. AKA using the tools that you need, downloading them, and making an Ubuntu ISO versus just getting everything in the kitchen sink. But if you think you need everything in the kitchen sink, yeah, go for it. Go for it. But if you already have a fucking Linux installed, you don't need Kali Linux to do any of the things Kali Linux do. You just download the tools for the already existing installed Linux distribution. That's like saying any Linux distribution is the same because they all use the Linux kernel. It's like saying every people are the same because we all have fucking noses. The way that they are fundamentally built are massively different. Can you make one into the other? Of course you can. But they are massively different, and it takes, again, more work than just adding 2 programs to an existing install or CD that you have. Heck, you can probably download and install them without even installing Linux. You know, if you boot into Ubuntu via on your USB device, you could set up, you know, a partition on that USB device and just download the programs to there. If not to Ubuntu itself in a permission state. Yeah, it will be deleted when you take it out again, but for testing some stuff, yeah, it could be really useful. Most of those penetration programs or forensic programs and stuff that don't take much space. They could easily live in RAM on most modern computers. You know, or like I said, set up a separate partition, download and install them to there. You can even use the Kali Linux documentation for any other Linux distribution. If you're using the same tool as they have, you can use their documentation. Yeah, I don't know what the full fucking ISO is, but I could imagine that it's big. But if you already have it downloaded, there's no need to re-download, you know, and set another system up. But we are just talking, if you just go to do like a firewall penetration test, why not just do it from a fucking, you know, already existing distribution? Or if you're having a live USB session somewhere, do it from there. People get too caught up in this, like, oh, we need a distribution for everything. We don't really need that. Any distribution can do everything you want it to. That's kinda, if you want to go into that area, the power of Linux is that if you know what you're doing with it, you can make any Linux distribution do anything you want it to. It's 10, oh, that's a lot. Keep hope alive, yeah. Yeah. Also, I think that makes me laugh a lot with Linux people is that if only I could get this little small insignificant program to run on this distribution, I would never have to run this other distribution. Like, do you not know how to download a source file and compile it? Or do you not know how to convert package formats? Most package managers have packaging development tools for distribution have a way to convert other package formats over to their native package formats almost with no problems whatsoever. Or no work on your end other than running a command. Like, if you just need one, you know, a little small, like, I could understand if it was like GIMP of, you know, Firefox or, you know, a massive program like that, but most people are leaving distributions that they really like just because they can't get like a, you know, a 1 megabyte program to fucking run on it. Like, it's not in the repo. Like, go fucking download the source code. Like, just, again, we want to believe that we are smart, intelligent people, and then we are leaving a distribution just because we can't figure out how to download a tarball that's 1 megabyte big. Just think about that a little bit. That's not, no. Just because you can make any Linux distribution do the same. Let me try again. I'm getting tired here. Just because you can make any Linux distribution do the same, don't mean they are the same. It just means that the tools are there to run the same programs and therefore do the same work. How you get there is massively different. Can be massively different. How well they do it can be different. What you need to do to make it work is different. That don't mean that they are the same. Not all Linux kernels are the same. You may need to plug in a module to the Linux kernel to get this thing you want to do to work. But you can do it. Where on another distribution you didn't need to do that. Some Linux distribution, it may already be a meta package or in the repository in other way, shape or form. Where on others it's not. So while you can make any Linux distribution do the same, don't mean that they are the same. It just means that you have the you can morph Linux into do the same workload is probably the right way of saying it. But the way you get there is not the same on every distribution. That's also a really good indicator about when it's a distribution in a spin. No, they are the difference for everyone. What you're saying is that Arch Linux is the same as Ubuntu. Then go and use the same Ubuntu commands under Arch Linux then. There's a fundamental massive difference between Arch Linux and Ubuntu. But they can do the same thing. but they are still massively different. Try and run Gentoo and openSUSE. They can do the same thing, but they are fundamentally massively different. That's not nerd talk, that's just a fact. The fuck is he doing? He's just standing there shooting shit. Oh, that's the most fucking boring game I've seen ever. What you are saying is actually really, really dangerous towards new users, because you are telling them that any guide they look up on the internet is working on every distribution because they are the same. And then they're going onto a Fedora guide and copy-pasting command into Ubuntu. Because they are all the same. That's what they hear when you say they are all the same. I can do the same under Windows 10 and Windows 11 and Windows 8, but they are not the same operating system. Banks level. The fuck is that? Harry Potter. What the fuck? Is that like Harry Potter with steroids or what? Make C easy. What? It don't depends on how you look at it. It's like a fact that you cannot use the Ubuntu command under Arch Linux unless you set up an alias to install Firefox, for example. You cannot just take the Ubuntu kernel dep file and installing it under Arch without doing some work. Basically just converting the package, but you still have to do some work. Yeah, you're using a different command, that's a difference. You're using that's not using Ubuntu, that's using nmap. That would be like me saying that when I'm Photoshop is a really good Windows. It is the logic there is like massively fucking out of this place. If it's only like the smallest amount of difference, the word difference is still in there. So there is a difference. You are splitting cock hairs because you want to be right. It's different, okay? There's a difference. They are not the same. And not having the same package manager is a fucking big difference. Like that's a massive difference. How they work, how they handle dependencies, where they put shit in the file system is not the same all the time. Again, it just shows how little you know about the subjects. I'm sorry to say it, but it's overgeneralizing something that, well, frankly, is not the same. It's like saying every car is a Ford because they all have wheels. Who gives a fuck who made it? I'm still driving a car, and I want it to be a Ford, so they're all Ford. If they're working in a different way, they are different. The way you use a program can be the same, because then you're using the program. How you get the program, how it's getting set up, where it's located in some instances, can be vastly different. That's what makes the distribution different, because the distribution is a delivering method for the program. That's the distribution's job, to deliver you the program and handle the resources in the backend. The communication between you, the program, and your hardware. That's the operating system's job. And the way that distributions do that can be minute difference, and they can be massively different. Getting you the software, and how they talk to the software, to the kernel, to your hardware. Even operating systems are massively different in that way. It can depend on what version of Linux you're running, like what kernel version you're running. Do you have some extra protection against some scenarios in one of them, or do you have more customizability in another one? No, my mom, my grandmother knows the difference between a garbage truck and a car that she drives to the fucking shops. I can go down to a nursing home, unless they have massive dementia, of course, and say to them, is this a garbage truck or is this a car that you go to the shop with? They can definitely see the difference. And that's the same amount of differences between distributions a lot of time. Also, the word normie is like a really, really weird word to use. Because you are a massive normie. Everyone is a massive normie. It's a word that someone uses if they want to play smart and intelligent and superior, while not understanding that you are also the normie in a lot of fucking instances. So why not just say user? I hate that word. You're not no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Far from it. How can she still play this fucking game, though? 5 hours, oh my god. No, you're trying to do this. What is the right word? let me pretend to be dumb while being smart kind of thing. The whole way you came into this conversation was that, let me tell you how this works. Let me tell you why this is the way it is, and everything is the same and not the same, and but it is the same because people see it as the same, perceive it as the same, because they don't know any better. Nowhere in these conversations did you be like, oh, I look at it this way. You were talking about other people looking at it that way. So for them, it's like that. You never implied yourself until you get called out on it. That's like playing stupid for the sake of, or trying to play smart and then being caught in it and then play stupid. And it's something that people that want to manipulate other people do a lot. It's also something that people that want to build up a narrative do a lot. I don't know which one you are, but also don't give a fuck. But yeah, you get what I'm coming at here. Are they just standing there and shooting shit? Oh, I'm getting a fucking xenomorph on her bed back. Linux package format explained. Oh my god. He's like the of all of the Linux YouTubers to explain package formats, he's like the least qualified. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but he's like the least qualified. Yeah, so here's another thing. ChatGPT and online courses don't use AI to do the fucking work for you, okay? Especially when you're learning to code. That's, I hope that's not what he's doing here. He's asking about himself to ChatGPT. How fucking narcissistic is that? If you need ChatGPT to ask you to do your job for you, maybe you should not have that job. I'm just putting it out there. Like, it's okay to Google shit and figure out how to, you know, like, refresh your memory with Google and go in like, you know, how do I do this thing? But having chats or AI do all the work for you, that's just like, you might as well just hire the AI then. You still should have like the most of the knowledge in your head. You can use it as a companion, I think you will call it, where you get, you know, refresh, like how is it a function is working in C++, and it, you know, as a refresher course and stuff like that. But code this program for me. That's no, it's not the new Google search. It's not. It's not reliable enough for it. And all it does is look at the internet anyway. Like, it's just looking at the internet for the answers, just like you're doing when you're Googling. It's just doing the filtering for you. I've used Bing Chat a lot, and it's a lot of shit it gets wrong. Or not wrong, but it's the right information, but it's not the kind of information I'm looking for. So while it's telling me, you know, exactly what I was asking it, I was actually looking for some other stuff that was related to the question I was asking. Or, well, yeah. that was about the question I was asking, but I was looking at it in another. How fuck can I explain it? So the AIs don't really understand the. So here's a good example. How are you? Is a question that can be interpreted in so fucking many ways. So if I was a close friend that asked you, how are you? You will respond in one way. If I was like your co-worker that barely knows and say, hey, how are you today? You'll respond in a totally different way. If you were like a spouse and I said, how are you? You'll again respond in a different way. What the AI is doing is responding the same way on each question. They don't understand those nuances that if you ask them one question and you ask a follow-up question, that's kind of where it starts to get into troubles. Because then you need to understand the dynamic of the first question really, really well. And also the human intent behind it that is dependable on the first answer. No. We don't people don't use ChatGPT to figure out. Show me the top 10 pages of fucking booby pictures from Twitch streamers. They use ChatGPT to, well, do stuff for them. They use ChatGPT as they use Google Nest and Series. That's what they use ChatGPT for. And coding, you know. Can you do this for me? I use both Bing Chat and Google. So if I, for example, want to know what the weather is, I will ask an AI. If I want to know a currency conversion, I would ask the AI. If I want to set down a 5-minute countdown or something like that while I'm cooking, I will ask the AI. If I want a tutorial about how to learn a program, I will use Google. If I want to read the man pages of a Nmap, I will use Google to find those. Because the ChatGPT may not know where the correct man pages may be located. So it's just giving you a shit ton of options as you're getting on Google. So I would use Chat AI or GPT, which Bing Chat is based on ChatGPT. Microsoft owns the company that owns ChatGPT, by the way, sponsoring it really heavily. So I'd just be like I said, something like maybe once in a while I'm like, how do I do like how do I get a user input in Python? I could probably ask the AI about that. Maybe. But if I want to go more in depth and understand all of the each individual interactions with the input and all of that fucking shit, I will go to Google to find like a really in-depth tutorial how to do that. That are telling me that, sorry. That are showing me how to do user input in Python, but also explaining what input means and why we have brackets there and how, you know, the whole construct of that way of doing it. That's something that the AI may not get you. Or get you the right way. Because it don't understand the difference between you saying, how do I do input in Python? It could be, it could interpret it like, okay, you just need to understand how, you know, show you the correct line of code. It don't also understand that you want it to explain it in great detail how it's working. So you may have to be like, how do input work? How do I do an input in Python and why is it working the way it's working or something like that? It's way easier to just do like user input Python under Google. And then you get heaps of comments getting up there. People are starting to rely more and more on chat or AI for things that probably would be fucking fast and actually better to just do in chat. Oh, sorry, in a search engine. Because it's not that smart. I'm not saying that it can't do stuff like that. I'm saying that it's not reliable. Like I said, there's a difference between how are you, depending on who you are and who you're asking. That's what chat AI don't, or well, these AIs don't understand. How do I do this? Can you show me this? Has so many meanings, depending on who you ask, how your tone is, how your body language is. That's just from a human, perspective. Like it's like, oh. This is probably one of the best tutorials right there. You get videos, you get way better results like this. If I had to ask a chat, I have to be really specific about what I'm asking it, so it's don't fuck it up. So it'd be something like, how do I get a user in? It helps if I can actually spell input in, and I'm not. I spelled it wrong. Don't mind my spelling mistake. Put in Python. This is how I would ask a chatbot, and then I have to wait for the answer. I would just on Google do like I did before: user input Python, use 3 keywords, which is really faster than having to type out a whole sentence. This could work, but it could also be interpreted in a different way. Like even here, if I do I still get the same results. How would a chat AI look at this, for example? Use a Python input. That still sounds like a proper sentence. So there's still a lot of again, my opinion, of course, of things that, and this is just what I have noticed when I'm interacting with them. Like the way I search on Google, it may be because I search different on Google than other people, but I use keywords a lot. I don't type out a whole sentence. So I start out with these 3 keywords, for example, on this one here, to begin with. And if this don't work, and I'm getting crazy shit, then I'm asking it how to get a user input in Python. If the other one didn't work, I'll be doing this. And you know what? This is probably going to make you really, really, really crazy. All of this is done by AI in the background. It's nothing to do with boomers. This is something to do with what you're looking for. Like this is how you do searching. The more specific you are in your search term, the better results you are getting. You can see here, I'm getting way more information by doing it this way here. And then you can use like asterisks and all of that fucking shit for different situations. There are a lot of Google shortcuts or additions you can put onto a search term that will be result in specific search results. I can't remember them right off my head right now. But the more specific you are on a search field, the better it should give you the results. Where, as you saw before, if we remove all of this, I'm only getting this. where before I got actually an explanation about it. And if you are new to Python, or let's just pretend you're new to Python, this is probably what you really want. You know, a little explanation for it. But if you are, you know, not a newbie to Python, you just need to like, oh, how was it? I can't remember it 100%. And then you see this down here, and you know exactly what you need to do. You know, you need to do, you know, like the variable name b equals input, and then you have to print p after that. You do print, oh, was it b? You print b. Oh, that's wrong. You do this, and then you will print the user input. But that's because you already know a little bit about Python. So your search term also depends on how much you already know. Also, Google can be used to like spelling and grammar correction. So if you're not sure how to put together a sentence, oh, this is probably not a good way. 3 ways, yeah, it's not a good way. But you can type in a sentence here, and it will grammar correct it for you, and it will do like you know, if you do spelling mistakes. Here, how do I use Google search? Because I make a spelling mistake. A lot of people use it. Google is actually the most used spelling checker in the world. Yeah, this is too much like a proper sentence that it's not going to correct it. But you see here again, it's helping me correct the mistakes I made, and it will do that a lot also with like sentences making and stuff like that. So they like I said, there are use cases when it makes sense to type in, you know, a problem. I always say this to people that are new to computers or that have a hard time finding anything on the internet. I'm like, type it in like you will ask me for it. So if you're asking me how do I get, how do I set up crop in Ubuntu? Just type it in on Google and you will get good results. But if you want to streamline it, if you know what you kind of looking for, you can just do like setup crop Ubuntu. You don't even need in Ubuntu. You can just do, you know, Ubuntu. You may not get as good of results we do here, but sometimes if you're only using keywords, it can be a little bit, you know, there can be a lot of search results that you don't need, but because you know exactly what you're looking for, because you don't need to relearn something, you just need basically a refresher course. Keywords can be good, but if you have no idea, you can just put a full sentence in there. You use Wikipedia to translate terms. You Google is way better. If not, well, yeah, it probably is better. But just install Grammarly. I use Grammarly on my Windows machine. And here you have the difference between versions 2 and 3. Yeah, a lot of people don't know how to search. And my issue is that they don't know how to search, and then they get a somewhat intelligent tool that makes it even easier for them to not know how to search. So if they don't know how to ask Google, which is done by AI in the background anyway, in reality, what like Bing Chat is doing, or most of those search chats when you're asking them to find something, is that they're putting this into the search engine in the back end, and then they're looking at the most relevant websites with that information. That could be how many clicks did they get, you know, how often do those websites get viewed, and there's all these criteria, and then you just extract the text from it and put it into like a more like a kind of like someone is telling you it. It's basically just doing the searching for you and filtering for you, and then putting it into a more or into like a pseudo conversation manner. But in reality, all they're doing is just yep, and then they're reading. Okay, this makes sense. Putting that into the chat. Take some part of this, putting that into. I'm really simplifying here, but you get what I'm saying. And then they're taking what makes sense here and putting this into chat. And then at least, I don't know if ChatGPT is doing it, but Bing Chat will then give you the links to the websites that they're using as a reference. So if, for example, it forgot something to put something in, or, you know, it's only giving you half of the text and stuff like that, you can still click the links to get the full article and or the full wiki and stuff like that if you need further information. I do like that. I don't know if ChatGPT does that. I have not worked so much with ChatGPT. I don't know if they provide you the links for the sources. I think it does, but I can't remember from the interaction I had with it. But what I do see is people be like, you're not seeing it in chat. Well, Bing Chat does that for you. It gives you, like, you know, the sites where it will say, like I said, it will give you the what you ask it, and then it will be like, this is the sources, and then you can click the links. So it's really, it's just a smarter way of searching, or another way of searching. I will not say it will take over Google. It's just. So here's the thing. It's new, it's interesting. Like, AI is definitely going to do something in the future, but I don't think it's going to. ChatGPT and Bing Chat is not doing anything I can't do with Google or Siri. If I ask Google, I use Google Nest all the time at home, and it's what I, you know, besides making a program for me, I can do everything with Google Nest and talking to Google on my phone by saying the magic words. I would not even say a lazy way. I would say that it's like what is dangerous about it is that you are telling the chat code a Python program that do database testing, and then it just write the program, and people just willy-nilly copy pasting it into their code, and they have no idea what it's doing. That's the danger, because then this code malfunction, and they're like, shit, how the fuck do you get it to help me with the code that's not working? Hey fool, the code fucked up. Or the code is saying this, and they don't know what fucking code you're referring to. It's an illusion. Most AIs are an illusion. It's just clever programming. And also, I think ChatGPT is actually predetermined programming, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they trained a model, so it's basically just like they're using, I think, databases to, or neural networks to help you. Admit its mistakes, challenge incorrect premises. So the simplest way of thinking about this is if statements. You ask this, and then it's like, okay, if someone asks me this, I have to find this. If they then ask me this, I have to do this. If not, I have to do this. To me, that's not proper AI. You know, that's not AI. That's just pretend AI. It is impressive, but it's still just pretend AI. AI for me would be like, there are no pre-learning done. No, like just like with humans, you have not when you get born, you don't already have like pre-learned different languages, and then depending on what your parents are saying, you then use that language. That's kind of what this here is doing. You learn by observing and listening and stuff like we have built in to our brains that, you know, observe, learn, behavior analysis and all that fucking shit. That's what AI should be like, because that's intelligence in my eyes. Just having a database that says, okay, if someone do this, I do this. If they then do that, I do this. It's basically if, then that, just way more advanced. And yes, it takes a lot of fucking, you know, like almost everything nowadays is AI if you think about it. Because there's no like real, like massive distinctions between what is AI. Lex Freeman has a really good podcast about predetermined, what the fuck is it called? Pre-learned AI and true AI, and I can't fucking remember it right now, but there's different ways of AI. Like there's different forms of AI. And none of them is really not, like I said, they don't, some learn from mistakes or learn. So this said here it has predetermined databases and what it was. That means that they have taught it a lot of shit already. So it would be akin to like talking to ChatGPT would be like talking to a teenager. Like you meet a teenager, because there's already a lot of things pre-programmed from school, from their parents and stuff like that. The parents is just these developers here chilling out. Where the whole idea with AI is that it's not dependent on these people telling it what to do like a real human. Even though it has pre-installed things as a teenager, it still is independent enough. Like the human still independent enough to go outside the programming. Yeah, I'm still alive. You know, not being sentient, but making decisions that probably would go against the program but fits that scenario. I hope I make sense. I'm just highly skeptical about all of this shit. Because every time I see something where it says pre-learned database and all that, I'm like, well, then it's just a clever database program that can do Google searching and take the relevant information, putting it into a paragraph. So if I ask ChatGPT, for example, let's say I want to learn how do I get a user input in Python? I would like it to say, do you want me to explain it to you, or do you just want the command? Give me the command. Or I want it to get explained, and then it's explaining to me. And then over time, it knows, the more it talks to me, that when it comes to Python, I don't need it explained. But if I then talk about C++, it's like, oh, this is the first time we're talking about C++. Do you need me to explain it to you, or do you just need the command? That would be impressive. Because then it's learning me. You know, it's learning what I prefer. It's learning about me. It's actually learning that I'm different from someone it's talking to on the other side of the world or something like that. That would be impressive. But if I'm asking it the same question all the time and it's giving me the same answer, or not inquiring into the answer that I'm looking for to become more precise, it just tells me that it's just an advanced else-if statement. If he says this, I do that. If not, do this. Or if else, do that. Because that's what my database is telling me to do. It would be way more of an illusion of intelligence if it was actually inquiring into giving a better result. You switch to plasma again. Oh my god, man. That would impress me. That I feel like I was going up and talking to a professor or a teacher and say, sorry, I need this program to be made. And they were like, okay, what is your basic skill level? What do you know and what do you not know? Those things that a normal human would ask another human. And until they can do that, I'm not really that impressed with it. But I know a lot of people love it. I even have people at work using ChatGPT to ask it different, you know, to aid them with the customer support and stuff like that if they are asking questions about a product. But again, you can just Google that shit. Everyone is making X11 deprecated. Like I made a program where you take a barcode scanner and scan a serial number in. It looks up a manufacturer's website with that serial number and show the exact data sheet. If you didn't know that that was because that barcode scanner was reading that barcode, and you just saw a light beaming into you know, lines on a piece of paper, you would think that some magic was happening in the back end that could seem like it knows exactly what I'm looking for. But I've told it what I'm looking for by giving it the numbers, and I pre-coded the website it should look it up on. But it looks like it automatically found out that, oh, you need this site. No, I pre-coded what I could pre-code and then used the serial number as the last destination of the site, because they index the sites via serial numbers. So every website is the same address, just different serial number. That's the last part of the website address is the serial number. So just take the serial number from a box and it's putting it into the web browser and showing it. But if you don't understand that's how it works, like, oh my god, you just took a serial number and automatically knew to open up this manufacturer without giving it the manufacturer name and showing you this page. And that's because I pre-installed it to that every time I scan it in, open this manufacturer site. So it's this, like, it may look like there's going more on than it's really going on. Well, everything, you can say that about everything. Like, if you go into computer vision, no, again, you're just training neural networks to understand that if you're looking at this, then I expect this. So that could be like, if I see this here, and then maybe a number behind it, that means that someone is expecting pricing equals a number, mean that that must be a currency. So they probably needed to convert it to the local currency. Again, that's just programming. But every time you point computer vision at something called pricing and a number, it knows, because it's been trained to know that it has to be converted. That's not really AI. It is AI, but it's not what I would call AI, because it's not thinking for itself. It's doing exactly what I wanted it to do, but it's doing some things on its own, like converting it. And understanding that this with a number means it needs to be converted. Try and change the graphic card driver under VirtualBox. Just change a graphic card driver. That sometimes help. I can't remember what the fuck options you have. Just give me a second. So you have the options of VBox VGA, VMS VGA, VBox SVGA, and none. Try and change between those and see which one of them works best with Wayland, because it also depends on distribution. Some distribution prefers VMS VGA, some like VBox SVGA, and it's really fucking crazy. So try changing display driver in VirtualBox. But AI definitely is a fucking buzzword. Like, even my boss is like, oh, we need to use AI, or I kind of get the feeling that he wants to use AI for a lot of things where what he wants to get done don't even need or require AI to get done, because we can do it just with like simple programming. Hey Marcus. I feel that people, because they see this AI, they think that every answer to a question now becomes AI, when a lot of times I honestly believe that it's not even necessary. Like, it's not even necessary. Because the things that we're trying to do most of the time are simple things. You know, we're doing a simple thing. And there is a massive fucking, and I've been falling into that trap a lot, especially coding, that we tend to overcomplicate something that's really fucking simple. So you try to make out like a really fancy, clever way of doing something because you think that coding it in this really clever, fancy way is going to make it better. But in reality, the most simple way that you can code it is always the best way of doing it 9 out of 10 times. And it seems to be working the best without being fancy and using all kind of fancy shit and stuff like that. The simplest way you can figure out how to code it probably works the best. And probably also will be more stable because there's not that many things that can go wrong. But then you're trying, oh, what if this, and what if they want that, and you get to that bridge, or you cross that bridge if you need to. Don't try and be like, oh, what if, and what that, and oh, this could also be cool. No, do exactly what you needed to do and nothing more. But it's really easy to get trapped into, like, make it really fucking fancy and do all kind of crazy extra things and looking forward into the future, and we have no idea how that looks, by the way. But instead of just making really simple, clean code that you can then expand on, you then end up with a really big mess of, like, I don't know how many times I've been doing something for like a day and I'm like, this makes no sense for what I'm going to do. I can use some of it, but all of the extra flaws is meaningless. I'm just doing it for myself because I like it, or I think it would be cool to have or something, but it's not really needed until someone tells me it's needed. But then I have learned how to do it, so I know that I can easily implement it if they wanted to. But it makes no sense for the project. And I think that's how people look at AI a little bit, is that You know, I need to just have a fucking screen that says hello. AI design everything, you know, like do everything from instead of just fucking print a label and that says hello instead, you know, and put it on the door or something like that. I do feel that it's so easy to get into the mindset of more is better, and if I can do this and we can do that and we can put it in there and we can, you know, blah 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 blah, and then it's like now you build on top of on shit on top of on shit where you only need 5% of it. And I feel that that's kind of what AI is. Cloud back in the day, cloud computing was still a buzzword, to be honest, but that kind of made sense because you have always access to your data. Most people are going to use AI as an assistant, just like with, you know, we're using Siri's and Google. With Google Nest, that's how they're going to use AI on their computer. It's just, this is just a little bit more fancier version of Siri and stuff like that. But let's not fool ourselves. It is just that, a little bit more fancy version of it. Well, a lot of things are powered by, like I said, Google search is powered by AI. The AI in the back end doing the algorithm things. YouTube is probably also having a lot of AI, machine learning, whatever the fuck you will call it, in the back end. You know? And when I'm logged in, I'm probably training a neural network to know my exact fucking wants and needs. That's also AI. You know, like, it's just like we are using it a lot. It's just not, you know, a specific program we can then go and mess with. Because what AI stuff Google is doing in the back end or YouTube's doing in the back end, I have no input or control over other than what I'm doing on their site, where with ChatGPT I can do whatever the fuck you want, you know. But it's a weird ass thing, man. I'm still in the let's see what's going on here. Because I've seen people get really into ChatGPT, and then like a month later they hate the son of a bitch. It's like, what's going on here? Hey, Don. Oh, it's offline. Don't they have a newer model for it then? Than 2019? Like, I would think that they would be still updating the database. Yeah, I'm about to go, Westnick. I'm getting too tired now, man. I'm getting too tired. I've just been sleeping like shit lately, so I don't really want to go to bed, to be honest. Been stressed out of my fucking brain. And the Linux YouTubers, or not Linux YouTubers, sorry, the Linux nerd has not been coming out in tropes so I can make fun of them. They have a 2020 model now called ChatGPT 4. Yeah, but is that not the one that we are using? Oh, 3.5, okay. Oh, 4 is paid. That's why they have the pricing shit up. Yeah, Esnik is not going to do anything other than what he's already doing with his ISO. It's like, you might as well not ask him about anything. It's like, can you do this? Nope. Can you do this? Nope. Can you do this? Nope. He's explicitly said many times over and over again that he's only doing what he wants on the ISO. And there you go. No. So you're getting what you're getting with SNX ISOs. That's what you're getting. It's not a community project. It's a I don't give a fuck, but I'm putting it out to the community anyway project, which then actually makes it a community project. But yeah. It is what it is, I guess. But why can't we see price? Oh, that's the price. Sorry, yeah. What if all of this turns out to be fake? What if, like, you don't know, what if this is a big, massive scam and they are just pretending to actually have a functioning AI? And a lot of shit going on in the back end is just fake as balls. Hey, a lot of work is, like, the more work it takes, the more rewarding it is to do. If something is easy, it's not worth doing, as some smart people keep saying all the time. So maybe it could be a good summer project company about. Is this a Chinese company? Oh, that could be really fun. It's just child labor in Asia, yeah. Oh! I spot with my little eye something beginning with A. It's just an advanced Google search. I will agree with that, yeah. Why is there no... Why can't we see where the fuck they are located? That's really suspicious. We're locked in. $200, 300k new ones. Like, is it a brain? Oh, they're using conversations to train them all. So they're using neural networks in the back end. Yeah, it sounds suspect like a motherfucker. So they're training, basically they're training this AI in the same way you would be training like Tesseract and openCV to recognize people or objects. Like, roughly speaking. Which is not, you know, the most advanced thing in the world, to be honest. Like, who the fuck is OpenAI? Can we see where they are located? There you go. Okay, they are from the States. Oh, Elon Musk? I thought it was sponsored by Google. Oh no, that's openCV I'm thinking about. I don't hope that will happen. Oh yeah, AI's been around for ages. Oh, Elon Musk stepped down in 2018, apparently. No, you like Cortana is not that. Is still like oldish. We had like Google Assistant for God knows how long on fucking your phone, where you could kinda even talk to it and do kinda the same thing. They just could the one thing that this can do that they can't do or couldn't do. Well, there's probably a lot of other things, but they didn't write whole programs for you and stuff like that. That's what makes this impressive. It is in. It's just called search now, but it is in there. Yeah. This is the one they're using for coding, codecs. And they're training it from GitHub repositories. Whisper speech recognition program. They have some interesting shit going on. Most efficiently in Python. Several issues with glitches, design flaws, and security vulnerabilities have been brought up. Oh, they're disconnecting. Also, they are not going to do coding anymore. March, like in 10-ish days, they stop supporting the Codex API, or is it only the API? Hey, I'm actually about to go. We don't need another distribution. Well, you can make it for yourself. That would be cool. I'm still massively skeptical about this shit. I don't know, man. Maybe this is the next thing. I don't know. It just seemed like a little bit weird. Partnership with Microsoft. Pissing off OnlyFans girls is not the right thing to do. They can be mean. What the fuck is sloped? Geosocial networking. That sounds like a massive privacy concern. SMS invitation issues. Oh yeah, it is. So if I'm skeptical about something, I always look up the people that is involved with it, and if they have like a sketchy background, yeah, machine learning. That's all this is. Also, I kind of want to, like, how many people do they have employed? I don't know, man. Again, I don't know if it's just like really smart fucking programming or emulation AI. This starts a holodeck, yeah. Microsoft is a corporate investor. Oh, it's definitely hype, but like I'm skeptical calling something an AI if it don't understand how to function without, you know, the humans feeding it every day, if that makes sense. So it'd be like you train someone to, like they train the AI to be a mechanic, but that's the only thing it can do. It cannot learn on itself to become an advocate or lawyer. You know, it can't train itself to become a lawyer or become a plumber, because then the humans has to train it to become a plumber again. That's not really AI. It's just like, you know, you're just really clever at programming. What would really impress me, like I said, is that if you teach it the basics and then it learn, like we as humans learn by ourselves. We seek out people to learn from. And if the AI is like, again, the intelligent part of it is that it's interacting with me or you, and it knows that we are different. It understands that the needs of us are different, like humans does. But if it's just a matter of feeding it enough data that it can then draw a conclusion out from a data set, then it's just reading databases. It's like, okay, someone want me to do this. What is the database saying is the correct thing for me to do? Oh, do I need more inputs? Ask the person again, what do you specifically want me to do? Let me look in the database again. And if it's not in the database, it cannot go out and seek that information itself. Like we would do. If we don't know something, we would go out and figure it out. You know, we would go out and learn it. Yeah, I think it's simulating human interaction, or not human interaction, but simulating intelligence. But that's basically what AI is, artificial intelligence. But to me, intelligent is the opportunity to learn something on your own. You know, recognize that I don't understand this. How can I learn this thing then? And then know in the future, that's how I do it. And yes, they feed it with information so it knows that, but then that's them telling it what to learn. They are telling it what it can and can't do, basically. It would be like the mechanic. He only knows mechanic because his dad and mom not put like a electrician cartridge in his butthole. And until the mom and dad don't do it, he cannot go out and learn electricity if someone is asking him to help him with putting in electricity in their house. No, I don't know. Where we as humans would be like, I don't know, but I can learn the basics and then store that information as learned. But as far as I can see it here, they need to use machine learning to teach it electricity then. So it's putting like an electricity cartridge up its ass. Now it can do both mechanics and electricity. Then it wants to become a lawyer. And it can't go and do that itself. It has to get the humans to basically plop in another cartridge off its ass. Oh. To me, that sounds a little bit like it's just pretend. No, that's not AI in my book then. That's just clever programming. That takes the intelligence away from it. Because that's just like me reading up. If you ask me how to code this thing, it would be the same as me just taking a book and reading it up and not knowing it. I don't know what I'm reading up, I'm just reading up what's standing in the book. Or you ask me about something else, I'm finding a book and just reading up what's in the book. And I don't understand it. Then I'm just a conduit to, you know, the database that is a book. For me, intelligence is that you, for example, seek out information on your own. You are learning on your own and storing that information as experience. Because other than that, you're just a conduit between the database and the interaction. So it's just fake intelligence then. No, we don't need that. Don't necessarily have to be a Skynet situation. I think the whole danger of AI has been massively over-exaggerated because of Hollywood and stuff like that. You forget that there's you know, we can delete the motherfucker. You know, Control Alt Delete or unplug it or just, you know, Control A Delete. You know, that there's so many ways that you can delete a program. Like just look how easy it is to fuck up Linux or Windows. No, I don't think sensory data needs to be there. Like I said, it like gathering and learning on its own without any human interaction is what I'm looking for. You know, like that would be somewhat of an, you know, intelligence that you can observe and use that experience in other interactions or for other things. That's what human does. That's what makes us intelligent. We can study, learn on our own, and use that information in all kind of different ways, even ways that is not even intended for it to be used in. Like you can draw, you know, parallels to things that this AI can only do if the human program it to do so. We can do it because we see parallels by observing. You know that if you put your hand on the stove, it's hot, it hurts, I should not do it again. Then of course there's stupid people that keep doing it, but for the most part, that's a learned experience that your parents can tell you, but you may not believe it. No, again, the hand on the stove don't mean that it needs physical shots. I mean, it could be like typing with it. Just typing with it. Like I said before, I would love it to ask me questions. And then remember my responses. Like I said before, it's like, how do I get input in Python from a user? And it's like, okay, do you need me to explain it to you, or do you just need the command line? Like the line to put in. I'm like, I just need the line to put in the code. It's giving it to me. And every time I'm asking a Python question, it's just want me to give, I say to it, just give me the code, I don't need an explanation. When I said that once or twice, it already understand, okay, he must be at this kind of level in Python because that what what those kind of people understand. But if I ask again on the C++, it will be like, oh, I know we talked a lot of Python. This is the first time we're talking C++. Do you need me to explain it in detail, or do you just need the command? So it gets an idea about me as an individual, you know, to some degree, just by talking to me. And the way that I don't think it gets that this way here, because they're just feeding it a lot of else-if statements. That if someone is telling me to do this, I will go and do that. Someone is telling me to get the input for a Python program. These are the most likely scenarios that the person wants to be presented with. And then it should be understanding that when it's talking to me, I am like, my username is different from someone else. Of course, virtualized stimulation is different because it takes way more data. But this is a beginning. Like, you and I are having a conversation right now without me seeing you or feeling you or touching you, or at least I hope I'm not. And depending on how the conversations are going, we are then drawing on past interaction, past experiences, and also experiences with other people and stuff like that. That's in our database, so to speak. But most of that is stuff that we have learned on ourselves, on our own, by basically trial and error, to be honest, or observing what other people have done in similar interactions. Like, we didn't get pre-programmed by our whatever overlords to react this way. Like, I was not pre-programmed to respond with this answer. Well, you are hearing me, but we might as well, like, we are typed with each other before. You know, we are typed with each other before in comment sections. And that's what I'm saying, is that if you don't know me, so if you don't understand that I'm different when I'm asking about Python than a random person in Nigeria or on the moon is, then it's not really intelligent, because then it's just going out from a preconceived basically checklist. It's like calling to, like, you know, the hotlines, like the support line. Yes, okay, so are you running Windows 10 or 11? 11, yeah. How old is your computer? Yep, is it this model number or that model number? Yeah, that's kind of like the feeling I'm getting with these chatbots, is that, or these AIs, it's just checking boxes, and then no more boxes to check. Let me then present you with the data. That's not what you and I are doing. We are gauging the conversation, we are gauging the tone of the text being written, we are gauging, you know, past experience, like I said. We are also gauging that you are not Joseph, you are not Marble. You know, that's also in the mix there. That to me would be intelligence, because you don't need to be self-aware to recognize that they are not the same individual or the same account asking the same question. Because if I assume Esne is the same as Joseph, if I assume everyone in my chat right now is the same person, we would have a totally different conversation. You get what I'm coming at? And to me, that just means that ChatGPT only knows what it's pre-programmed to know, and it can't expand out of its programming. It would be like I said, we only know what whoever determines what we need to know allow us to know, and we cannot go outside of what they want us to know, or do, or interact, or learn. That's just like me reading up from a book, you know, and not understanding what I'm reading up on the book. And again, some people say, oh, then you want it to be self-aware. No, you don't need to be self-aware to know the difference between accounts, for example. That you don't need to be self-aware to know the difference between conversation structure that could indicate that you're talking to a different AI, for example. I don't know. Gravata Linux just needs to fucking go away. I gave it like a couple of years, and then nobody wants that shit around anymore. It's one of the most overhyped, useless pieces of Linux machinery out there. It's as useful as a fucking pimple on my butthole. It's the one that is like, unused unused RAM is wasted RAM, and all kind of crazy fucking things going on in their fucking statements. And you should not be able to run, like, if Gurada Linux is not meant to be run in a virtual machine, so therefore it's an excuse for it running awfully in a virtual machine, which is one of the most fucking simplest way of running a system. Basically, they're making a lot of excuses for bad coding and bad design. They do have a nice wallpaper and theme, though. But other than that, it just like their in-house programs look like shit. Only half of the fucking things have, you know, information on hover and stuff like that. It just feels half-assed. You know, everything just feels like it's half done. It's like getting a pizza where half of the pizza is still raw. And then they are making excuses because we are opinionated and blah blah blah. No, no, just no. You're basing a distribution on looks, and then you're not even doing that correctly. By changing the wallpaper to a different wallpaper, you get transparency issues up your ass. It's just a pile of doggy shit. Like, it makes no sense. And all I see is excuses for their design choices when they don't make sense. Oh, you should not be running it that way, or you're doing it wrong, and maybe you just made a bad decision. Can we kind of talk about that for a little bit? Maybe you just made a bad decision. Anyway, I need to get some sleep. I'm getting way too fucking tired now. Everything in Gurada is a mess, man. But yeah, see you all later. Go have fun. Do something amazing. Talk to you all tomorrow.